Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Whole Magazine podcast, where you have your host, Brandon Cox.
Hello, welcome to episode 43. I'm joined here by, you've heard him, Walker. How are you doing?
I'm super drunk. I'm going to pretend to be sober for the rest of the episode, but I am, in fact, very inebriated.
Very, very nice.
I hope my dad never finds this.
And we are with Marcus.
I'm back.
Nice to have you back here. And we have Oscar.
Hello.
Who has kind of turned into a regular on the show now.
He has. He's part of the usual suspects, honestly.
It's pretty nice.
I definitely try.
Yeah, he's the one that talks quieter on the show, too, so I always have to boost his levels.
He's also the most left-leaning, even though he's also Republican.
The problem is, right, especially for whenever I stream
Valorant
being
gameplay
Hispanic or any horror gameplay, I'm really loud. So I have to somehow moderate my voice a lot of times.
Right, so you don't have to in this one. It's a sure mic, buddy. It's going to have a hard time picking you up.
Are you insulting how much my mic is?
No.
Hand me the can so I can read.
Here we have our alcohol review.
Play the engineered sound. Wow, so cool.
Go ahead, Walker.
He's struggling.
It's actually very hard because the lighting in here.
Or you're just
the lighting's in my face. I am also very drunk.
You want to turn the
Hey,
light
This
Google.
is so millennial to say, by the way.
Google literally just not listening at all today.
The usual suspects were enjoying a few cold ones and decided this is very hard to read.
Okay,
the lighting's all in my face.
Would you like?
Give it to Marcus. He's
me to read
he's
it?
right by
Actually,
the light.
I've got it. I just turned on
there we
another
go.
light.
Holy shit! Wow.
They were enjoying a few cold ones and decided to check out some hard iced tea from the competition. Eventually, somebody... All right, yeah. This is hard for me to do.
You want me to read it?
I knew it wasn't because of the fucking lighting. Give it to Marcus.
I can read it.
Give it to Marcus.
I'm very inebriated right now.
Let more John try.
Hit the light, please.
I try not to be so inebriated
you
on
can
the
turn off the light,
podcast.
actually.
However,
Turn off
I
the
didn't-
light. He doesn't need the light.
I don't need the light.
You don't need the light?
So I have
Alright,
a higher
watch
IQ.
this.
You already know, Marcus.
Watch
Glasses
this.
don't mean shit.
Make sure you do it in the mic, though. This is your first time reading from the bottle.
Cold ones.
In the mic.
I'm
In the mic.
No, you're not.
I know how to
Angle the
read
mic
for the
downwards.
bottle.
I see.
You
See,
see
that's
this?
the issue.
There we go.
I'm so drunk that
That's
I can't
now
read,
towards your neck.
but I know how to use
right
the
here.
microphone.
It should be here. There you go. That's better.
Try to deep throat the microphone.
Lord in heaven, we're gonna be here. Okay, go ahead.
The usual suspects were enjoying a few cold ones and decided to check out some hard iced tea from the, what does that say, competition. Eventually, somebody commented, "This stuff is just
so much
plain
better than what I was reading."
nasty." Channeling Jack from Boogie Nights, someone else said, "Good." What the fuck? Look, okay, it is the lighting. It is genuinely.
Give me the
lighting.
fucking.
All right, all right, all
Give me
right.
the can.
Would you
Alright.
like me to read?
You're
it?
drunk too.
To be honest, I'm not drunk. Okay.
It's fucking
It's
God.
the fact that it's a whole paragraph sentence.
The usual suspects were enjoying a few cold ones and decided to check out some of the hard iced tea from the competitors.
That's about as far as I got.
Eventually, somebody commented, "This stuff is just plain nasty." Channeling Jack from Boogie Nights. So, hey, here's a word to the wise, Monster. By the way, we should start with the title, by the way. This is Monster Nasty Beast Hard Tea. This is the original flavor we're starting. We're trying with
It's actually
three
pretty
different
good.
flavors, right?
Yeah, there's 3 flavors.
Yeah, there's 3 flavors.
It's actually very, very
So,
decent.
hey, Monster, choose a better fucking font.
It is.
That's
atrocious.
also part of the problem here. You guys chose to have a shiny, silvery font, and you did your stupid like monster font. So get good. We're trying Nasty Beast, hard tea.
Not only am I exceedingly drunk, but it's also exceedingly hard to read. And I would like more. Is there more? Can I have more? I see 3 cans.
There is more.
Well, there's
No,
no
of-
Of the one that
Smells like green tea.
So before I drink this, I have tried Monster Beast, but I've tried
Yeah,
the energy.
it's
ones.
green tea.
I've tried
Yeah.
the white flavor and
It's
the
not bad.
original flavor.
It's just got a plain
Not
green
bad.
tea kind of flavor.
I personally don't like tea flavor, so let's give this down the hatch, honestly.
Yeah.
Going off the can.
Oh my god,
all
it's
of these,
horrible.
all of these say they're 6%.
Yeah, the tea flavor is
I-
actually not bad.
I
but
can
I would
see-
prefer. Can I have a can?
Now I can see how.
Well, we got 2 more to try.
I can see how the.
Are they different flavors?
Yes.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how much different this is from the quote unquote competition.
right, let's
green
try-
tea's green tea.
Yeah.
Let's try the
So when you talk about competition, you're talking
Give
about
me your
other
cup more,
tea
John.
alcohol brands. So you're talking about
comparing
twisted
to
tea.
this,
Yeah, probably.
Give me your cup more, John. More John, give me your cup.
I'm bringing you my cup.
More John.
You're talking about like twisted tea. You're talking
The
about
next flavor,
other things.
We'll
as
be
well.
going to the flavor peach.
What's the next
peach flavor.
Here's
Okay,
more
so
John.
peach
Try to get
tea.
all-
This
Absolutely.
reminds me of what? Not twisted tea, but peace tea.
This reminds me.
Yeah, but peace tea isn't alcohol.
This
so when
reminds me
you're-
of the state
Right.
of
Like
Georgia.
I said, when you're talking about competitors,
This-
you're talking
how
about
many-
alcohol.
This is what, maybe 2% alcohol?
In Georgia, we
6.
got
Oh, it's 6?
peach tea.
All Monster Beasts are 6%. All
I
of them.
lived in Marietta,
Okay.
Georgia for 3 years. So if anyone's offended by me making fun of the Georgian accent, go kill yourself.
Oh my goodness.
Peach
He's
tea.
definitely not trying to be
Nothing.
not drunk anymore.
Nothing
Is this
different.
more John's?
Nothing different.
yeah,
More
John,
John,
smell.
grab your cup.
This one's yours.
Let's take this one down the hatch, eh?
I'm trying to reach as far as I can. But
All
you're
right,
not
ready?
helping me
Peach tea. Here we go.
here. Peach.
Yeah. It's
Too much of the
it's not bad,
fake,
but
like,
it's
artificial peach.
It's so artificial
All right,
peach.
if you've ever had- If you've ever had Crystal Light, it tastes like Crystal Light.
Definitely.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
is almost
100%.
exactly what it tastes like.
it
If
tastes
you were-
like a powdered tea.
If you were to add a shot of Everclear to a whole
Like those-
pitcher of Crystal Light, that's what this tastes like.
It tastes like one of those little sachet powder teas that you can make.
Me
Yeah,
personally,
instant peach tea.
I like this
Yeah.
more than
Crystal
the other
Light.
one.
Crystal
the other
Light.
one
Here
was,
we go.
was shit compared to this one. So which
Yeah.
one is this one that you're cracking open?
peach.
Yep.
Which
that
one
one
you're
was
cracking open?
peach.
More John, hand me your cup.
Last one is tea and lemonade. Which
This is the one
you know,
I'm looking forward
Okay,
to
so it's
the
like an
most.
Arnold Palmer.
Arnold Palmer.
Yeah, this is the one I'm looking forward to the most because I genuinely hate tea, but lemonade somehow drowns out the taste to where it's more bearable for me. So I like that.
I love tea, so this is kind of it's
I
just
absolutely.
I
love
grew
tea.
up on Crystal Light, so
green tea's good. Not
Shame
my
on you,
go-to,
eh?
but it's still quite good. I had to be in a kind of mood for green tea.
I personally like
I'm
chamomile,
pouring all these
so-
over and over again. It's kind of funny.
I'm what's wrong
Brandon?
with that?
Walker,
This is Arnold Palmer.
Donka
help me here. I can only reach so far.
and more John. More John, grab your cup.
Slight lemony scent.
Lemon.
I do love the smell actually.
No, it's not bad. It's
Yeah, like
it's
no.
Yeah, that's like
Yeah.
Twisted Tea.
I think
That's exactly like Twisted Tea.
I think
That
you
is very
I think
much.
would probably go.
Honestly, this is the best one.
I think
so
I would
this,
maybe go peach, then original, and then this one.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, this one's first, peach second, and original last. So, do you know how you were
Interesting.
talking about peach tea earlier?
Yeah.
This tastes
Angle
exactly
towards
like
you.
Caddyshack.
It needs to be facing your face. There you go.
This
Much
tastes
better.
exactly like
Can you
Caddyshack.
get
Caddyshack.
Peach tea, yes.
Mr. Brandon? Can you give that one to more John?
Because frankly, I hate.
Here you go,
peach-
Walker.
I hate tea. But like, when it comes to
And
why are you giving me the peach one?
Is that,
I
you
don't
said that one was your favorite.
My favorite one was the lemonade.
Oh,
I don't need any.
do you two want to switch?
Nope.
Yeah, because he
Here.
said the peach
no,
one
I'm
was
quite
his
good.
favorite.
Have my drinks.
Give me the lemonade.
Well,
Give me the
Can
lemonade.
you hand that
Just
to
drink
him,
it.
please?
Do you want the
Drink
peach
it,
one,
Marcus.
Marcus? Do you not mind?
I don't want the peach
Oh,
one. The
you
peach
are.
one is lowest on
It's
my.
second
Okay,
for me. I'll take it.
That was the alcohol review.
I've also got another alcoholic drink in front of me.
Here we go with today's topics of discussion.
And the first topic on the board is the Texas border.
Yeah, if you guys didn't catch episode 42, I highly recommend you guys go do that. Also, if you guys are subscribers to thewholemag.com, that's TheWholemag.com, you can go ahead and see where I'm starting to do episode reviews, actually, where you guys can go ahead and leave comments and join the discussion on the topics that we're talking about. So, episode 42, we discussed a little bit about the Texas issue. And here we have an update. So things are kind of heating up ever so slightly with the Texas border sort of issue here.
How many states are we at now?
Where anyone that has a Republican governor is basically supporting Governor Abbott and the whole situation down south. MSN has this article, and I chose MSN. All this information I'm about to say is from MSN. So one of the news sources out there, and we're gonna break this apart and show you how disingenuous and how just blatantly obvious they're a bunch of fucking twats. So a title says Texas governor defies Fed's efforts at border. Just the title alone. Texas governor defies Fed's efforts at border. What they're not telling you is that the efforts of the federal government is tearing down border walls and fences.
It's to make it easier.
It's to
for
make it
people
easier.
to sneak into the United States.
So they also made sure to note that immigration enforcement is typically a federal responsibility. I'm really glad that MSN took the time to admit that and put it on a thing, and just so we all know that it's usually a federal
That the feds
thing,
are not doing their job.
That their feds are not doing their job. So thank you, MSN. I don't think you meant that to come across that way. You're making it sound like Texas is over kind of going their bounds. Careful. So Border Patrol had been previously been using the park, which Governor Abbott had closed and taken over in order to sort of stage this sort of this whole process of securing the border. Border Patrol originally used that park as a place to basically in-process migrants, illegal aliens. So with they're saying this, the park was an area to process migrants crossing the border via the Rio Grande. Translation: illegal immigrants who swam across the Rio Grande were processed and allowed entry into the United States at this park. With Governor Abbott taking over the park and seizing it under state control, it was closed off to federal agents as well, despite the pleas from the federal government to enter. What an evil man. On Friday, no migrants were seen at the park while Texas National Guard members were installed. Where Texas National Guard members installed additional razor wire. Wait, you mean barriers work? Wow, that's fucking crazy.
Barriers only work if Mexico pays for them.
Yeah, so right now they made sure to note that this was a very massive unraveling of a long-held cooperation between states' law enforcement and Border Patrol officials. Yeah, because the federal Border Patrol agents are told not to do their job. I guess that is the unraveling that's going on. Another title says, Clash raises legal constitutional questions. So the Supreme Court, in a 5-4 decision, voted to allow federal agents to remove the razor wire in a major victory for the Biden administration. Wow,
victory.
MSN.
Crazy.
Wow. But really?
As of now, there are no plans for Border Patrol to actually cut any of the razor wire.
In court papers,
and they say razor wire,
administration-
it's really concertina wire. It's not like razor blades on metal. It's
Yeah, I mean, some of the flotilla shit, like the floating barriers we saw were like straight up chainsaws on floats, which I love. It's metal as fuck.
But concertina wire, there's no actual razor blades. It's just designed to hook into clothing very effectively.
In court papers, the administration had argued that the wire prevents Border Patrol agents from reaching migrants as they cross the river, and that federal immigration law supersedes Texas's own efforts to slow a flow of migrants into the country.
And realistically, it should. Federal law.
They're saying,
the federal government should be the government that
what
is
they're saying,
protecting
though,
the border.
This is yeah,
but they're not.
True. But the issue is the federal immigration law, which should be, we don't just let these illegal immigrants just flood the country. That they sort of really kind of made that blatantly obvious. So
yeah,
what
the
they
issue
meant
is
to write
they're
is
just not doing their job.
The feds want to flood the country with illegals, and that should be superseding Texas's own efforts to, protect its territory. Here we have a quote by Angelo Hernandez. You can't make this shit up. Who is a spokesperson for the White House. Texas's political stunts, like placing razor wire near the border, simply make it harder and more dangerous for frontline personnel to do their jobs. Are Border Patrol agents like diving into the Rio Grande to scoop up?
Their job is simply to keep immigrants out.
What they're trying to do is make you feel bad and act like, these Border Patrol agents are just trying to help. No, they're trying to scoop people into the country in droves, and that's why they're angry. And so they're trying to paint this shitty picture. It's like Hitler's paintings of stairs going to nowhere. And they're saying, we can't have this because we're not getting our goal. It's at 22 meg.
Yeah.
Abbott says that he will continue to defend Texas' constitutional authority to secure the border and prevent the Biden administration from destroying our property. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. It is literally wild how the border of Texas is a controversy. It's incredible how people have such mixed opinions instead of just being
the United States border.
Instead of just being like, No, we should enforce border
we should
laws.
stop
Why
the
are we not?
We should stop
would-
the Iranians from
it would
sending
make
fighting
sense.
age males to Mexico who can come over the border.
Exactly.
We should stop Chinese people from bringing fentanyl over the border.
I've argued this over and over and over again. It is, as MSN has stated, whether it be accidental or on purpose, it is the federal government's job. So at the end of the day, the
But
way I view it is,
if they're
I
not-
do believe America is a free country, and I do believe immigrants should be able to enter our country. But I believe at the end of the day, it is the federal government's job to establish a better system to enable immigrants to
I
actually
think-
enter our country, rather than just allowing them to
Well,
I
flood
think that
in.
people-
what is
I think that people born in the United States shouldn't automatically have citizenship.
what
Should be
is
people born to an American
Yeah.
citizen.
What
an
is
American
the-
citizen's father? If the father has American citizenship, they should have American citizenship.
what is
Okay,
the
but
what is
then
your
there's going to be all the feminists who are like, well, what if the mother's American and the father's not?
Or they're not part of the selective service, so they have less rights.
That is true.
Yep,
No,
it's called
I will-
suffrage.
Look, if women were able
Yeah.
to get drafted, all the rights, but they're not. So
Yeah, what were your
if
what,
is
I
what would
have
be your
to die for this country, whether or not I want to, then they should have to die for this country.
This
whether
goes
or not they
back
want
in
to.
what would be your ideas for border reform?
Well, this goes back to like the early 2000s and even mid 2000s, like even before the early 2020s. So we discussed, or not we particularly, but I would say politics have discussed better vetting systems. I feel like the vetting system does need to be better. We already have naturalization, right? And frankly, that I feel like that's
which is just being born in the country.
yeah. I feel like that's outdated. I feel like that needs to be reformed to some extent. I don't know into what extent. I would obviously have to read
One
up
of the
more on that.
articles talking about the border situation cited a very, very minute case of a woman, a mother, and her 2 children dying in the Rio Grande.
Maybe you shouldn't try to swim through
you
circular
shouldn't-
saw blades.
One, you shouldn't be trying to bring your 2 young children across a border legally, across a fucking river. This isn't Lord of the Rings.
Right.
What are you doing?
So at the end of the day, right, we obviously understand that there's other countries that are better, that are worse than America, I should say, in that families, they try to come to America seeking this better life, so to speak. Us as Americans, right, we should almost not welcome them, but at the end of the day, want other individuals to want to come into our country. However, we do
There-
need a process
if
to
they
where
don't,
No. So here's the greatest part is
If
we
they don't
have a
share-
process on the books. It's just it's not being followed. It is completely being
And-
blatantly ignored.
I'm not saying it shouldn't be followed. I'm saying it should be
What
improved.
do you think
the
will happen
vetting
if-
process in itself, the process
John.
to become an actual American citizen from being an immigrant, is too long.
Why?
It is way too lengthy.
Maybe because
More
we
John.
have vetting.
what happens?
Yeah, true. But
what
it's
happens?
strenuous nonetheless.
What do you think would happen if 50% of the country decided that the American values aren't for them?
I'm not saying. Look, if a person does not think the American values is for them, then they shouldn't come into the country. Period.
Right.
Okay, but
And
they are.
So here's the
They are.
here's
People
another
who don't
big problem.
people who don't believe in our values are coming into our country to take advantage of the country that we built. Right?
Here's another.
They're taking advantage of the fact that we built a system that can afford to give people welfare.
I would say a
we
majority
can
of those
afford to give
individuals
people food
actually
stamps.
want to have a sustainable
Here's-
living.
Here's another thing that's happening is usually when you go to a country and you move there, you assimilate and you adopt some of the basic moral framework that the country that you're residing in, that you immigrate to. People aren't doing that. We have people in the streets openly chanting and raving for a terrorist organization. Immigration obviously isn't working
Look, the
because
same-
we're just letting people in who are objectively nigh on terrorism. Yeah, everyone can say that we can improve things, but the system that was in place works. When we were absolutely drop dead serious about border apprehensions and we would deport them back across the border, we would continue building that wall, and we wouldn't bat an eyelash if Texas builds razor wire across their border, whatever they're doing, because a border is a border and it should mean something.
Let's see if I can make this perfectly clear, right? So we have the end of the day, we have radical liberal media, right? Radical liberal media will tell you one thing, right? It'll push this narrative, it'll lie and lie through its teeth. It is the same way with radical Republican media. You will see all this type of media covering immigrants that come over the border and talking and doing terrible things to other
Cite
people.
me a radical Republican like show.
I say radical, right? But I am talking about how you discussed earlier today about a recent immigrant who ran over a 16-year-old. Horrible, right? Horrible.
Well, they didn't run over. It was a car accident in front of a school.
Right.
And the person was. We'll talk about him later, actually.
Right. But in that sense, right, that is an example. I say this with a grain of salt when I say radical Republican media.
You're
When
gonna
that happened,
You're gonna shit yourself when I give you four other examples of the same exact thing.
right. And when I say that, you're covering a small minority. At the end of the day, there's a majority of immigrants who do come here and they represent the American ideal.
So that is a great point, and that's why we distinguish them as immigrants, not illegal immigrants. People who
True.
come through the proper channels are not illegal immigrants.
But
They're
I'm
immigrants.
I'm also insinuating there is illegal immigrants that come here in the majority that do want to seek a better life and want to respect the American ideals.
That's great. I think that if your first instance is to
If they
violate a law of
respected-
our country, they already fucked up and they don't share our ideals.
Absolutely,
they
but
don't
at the end of
respect
the
our
day,
ideals if
isn't
they're
that a
willing to
problem
break
when
our
you
laws
can't
to get in.
decipher who here wants to represent the American ideals and who doesn't?
No, I don't think that's a problem, because if your first instinct in our country is to break the first law, I don't want you. You're already doing something wrong.
Then obviously there needs to be a better process. Otherwise,
There is
they
a
wouldn't,
better process.
There wouldn't
You would
be
think-
this. There wouldn't be a
I would-
plethora of individuals
I would
trying to cross
think-
through the border illegally. If there was a better process in place, why would they cross through illegally in the first place?
You know why there's so many people flooding across the border right now? Is because the border is wide open. So it's just free game. That's why there's so many people flooding across the border.
It was technically wide open to begin with. We have such an immigration
Yeah,
problem
we have
in the
we have
US.
problems across the border because it is open. There's just regions where you can just walk across.
Absolutely.
But why were numbers significantly less under Trump's presidency?
Because Trump actually tried to seal that off.
Trump was just enforcing the border laws that were already on the books.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying that's wrong. I'm
No,
saying that
I
there
understand
needs
that,
to be a
but
better process.
I'm also just pointing out that there isn't. You saying that there's more immigration now, which means that the process is flawed. They're not the same. It is about who's in office right now and whether or not border laws are being.
So are you insinuating
informed.
that if Trump was in office, he would actually integrate a better immigration process?
If Trump was in office, which he was, there would be the least amount of border crossings and border apprehensions that there ever were, which there was. During Trump's presidency, there was the record lowest border apprehensions in our nation's history.
But would it actually
Because
enable
all
immigrants
he
from
did-
actually entering the country?
All he did was
That's a
say,
different
if you
thing.
want to go into this country, you're going to do it the right way. That is all he said. He didn't say, no one can come in at all. We're closing down the border entirely. Nobody can enter the country ever. No, he said, if you want to do it, you're going to do it properly and you're going to do it by the book.
We do not need Mexican immigrants. We don't. The thing is, we're letting people come into the country, right? But when you have millions of people coming into the country illegally, that's going to cause demographic issues. It's going to cause issues of pushing the worth of someone's labor down.
There's obvious economic ramifications for it, which the southern states are starting to feel, but there is also criminality statistics that are affected. Because Trump is right. They're not saying their best. These are criminals. They are not very good people, which we will talk about in a moment. Diving into just our quick topic of the day, Biden's retaliation. I think 165 bombs dropped so far. Retaliation from the attack in Jordan. Again, if you guys didn't catch go look at thewholemag.com. I have an article about the 3 soldiers who lost their lives recently from the drone attack in Jordan. Moving on to, Biden's just defending, illegal immigrants' quote unquote rights to drink and drive without being deported. Here we have Biden saying
What
that.
exact changes would you-
Hold on, bitch. Here we have Biden saying what he would do for ICE, ICE, if they start deporting people who are criminals, who are violating the laws of our nation.
as an agency?
I would hold ICE agents accountable if, in fact, they stepped over my executive orders, which is no arrest of anyone outside of their school. Look at one of the things that's happening is, particularly for Latino and Hispanic kids, is the incredible pressure on them in terms of their sense of security. They go off to school wondering whether when mom comes and picks them up, is she not going to be there because an ICE agent was there to arrest her? Or she takes them to the doctor that she's going to not be there because she is, quote, undocumented and an ICE agent is going to pick them up.
So how do you change the culture?
You change the culture by saying you're going to get fired.
Thanks there, Chief. So what Biden was basically saying is that if a ICE officer, and of course he uses the, pull on your heartstring example of, first off, an illegal immigrant having children in public school system that all taxpayers pay for. But he does this heartstring pulling thing of, it's going to be super sad and awkward, if a ICE agent comes and arrests a woman outside of a school to deport her. No, Mr. Biden. What about the literal millions of other situations where people are just hopping across the border? Maybe, when they commit multiple felonies and just get released from jail, like literally the same day. What about those situations, Biden? We're not going to mention those because they think that you're stupid and you can't read the news. So that's why they just mentioned the literal tiniest iota of an example that he completely made up. There's zero example of some woman getting arrested outside of a fucking school or getting arrested at a doctor's appointment. There's zero example of that, but we have multiple different examples.
We should honestly stop giving citizenship to people who are born in the United States and give citizenship to people whose parents are American citizens.
Yeah, we should actually, sort of let citizenship
It
be
should
an
be
actual
law of
thing that
blood,
you
not
earn.
law of land.
If you are an immigrant, obviously, if you go through the right channels, yeah, then you have just citizenship for your entire family because you have citizenship. Yesterday, apparently, 150 Democrats in the House of Representatives voted no on a bill that would allow for the automatic deportation of illegal immigrants who drink and drive, whether it's a felony or a misdemeanor. Great. Thankfully, the bill still passed by 274 to 150 votes. 59 Democrats actually grew a spine in that instance and actually voted on a bill appropriately. But we have Jose Menjivar, who police arrested for killing 2 American citizens after racking up more than a decade's worth of probation violations and DUIs. Here is a news cap of that situation.
Mother and son near Broomfield High School has a long history of drinking and driving.
Our Sean Boyd has been digging into this case. She is live right now. So, Sean, you have learned that the suspect went before a judge in Boulder just days before this crash.
And, Alan, he pled guilty to drunk driving on 2 separate occasions, on top of 3 prior drinking and driving related convictions, multiple probation violations, and failing to appear in court repeatedly. Despite all that, he walked out of here on December 8th, and 4 days later got behind the wheel while drunk, according to investigators, and killed a Broomfield mother and her son.
Court records show Jose Menjivar Alice has a history of drunk driving dating back.
Let's go ahead and pause that there.
This is what a soft on crime approach does.
Exactly. This is what happens. You know what should have happened? Oh, wait, but hang on. It did happen, but it's not happening now. Something that's not going to be mentioned in this report. They don't like to talk about illegal immigration. He has a record of 4 deportations.
So he's been deported 4 times.
He was kicked out of this country in June 2009, June 2013, November 2014, and January 2015.
So he's an illegal immigrant still, and then he still committed these
He just
crimes.
kept on coming back. He has a record in this country for drinking and driving, felonies, not appearing for court. He literally, as the news people just said, 4 days after leaving the courthouse for the same exact shit, drinking and driving, which he pled guilty to, he got behind the wheel of a car, drunk, and killed a mother and her 16-year-old son.
I just personally
Is there anything
believe-
happening to him now?
Yeah.
Rotate.
Yeah.
No, as you heard, he just walked out of the fucking courtroom. Nothing is happening to this man.
Now, me personally, this should not be
Rotate.
for the
Rotate.
general majority of all illegal immigrants. Okay, this is just not all.
I have multiple examples
I
of
understand,
the same exact thing.
but at the end of the day, this
I
is
couldn't
not
find
all
an
of it.
example, oddly enough, of Biden's example of a woman getting arrested outside of her kid's school.
But this,
Didn't see that
this
example.
is not all illegal immigrants.
What about
no,
the one?
No, you're absolutely right. It is a absolutely significant majority of them.
At the end of the day, this is just what the media wants to cover. It is
This
the
is
same.
this
it-
is this is CBS. This is like the as liberal as a news source as you can get.
And I'm not insinuating anything else. I'm saying at the end of the day, Not
when
every
we have
illegal immigrant out there
we
is
have-
trying to be a scum of the earth.
no.
Listen.
We have FBI statistics. We have news anchors reporting on this exact topic, omitting important information like his 4 prior deportations because he's an illegal immigrant, all this other shit, because they want to hide the things that will make you look at Republicans and go, I need to go vote for these guys. Because what Biden's administration is saying is that ICE agents can't go arrest this guy and deport him.
Yeah, no, that's a problem. That's a legitimate
Yes.
problem. I agree. Nonetheless, I'm just saying that not every illegal immigrant out there is a scumbag.
It would be incredibly naive to say such a thing. However, the statistical reality is that unfortunately, a lot of them are criminals, not only in the United States but also in Mexico. These people are coming with a record. They are coming with a criminal record. This is just a statistical norm. Over 50% of them are not good
knocked
people.
Up your gun.
We saw, I think it was a couple episodes ago where we talked about the droves of immigrants, illegal immigrants who are crossing the border who had no affiliation with Mexico. Instead, places like Syria, Iran, Iraq. Remember that?
Yeah, Middle
that is
Eastern
scary.
immigrants. But I'm assuming those are all refugees.
Why are they doing? No. They're fighting age men. Like they should be in a militia. They're not refugees. Refugees are fucking women and children. Those are refugees, not some fighting age men.
I would argue that refugees are anyone who's trying to escape a conflict that is in the country.
Why would they not come with anything? They have no family. It's just them.
I'm not insinuating that they're just coming, but anyone can come to this country as long as they're trying to escape a conflict.
With the current situations going on right now, where we have the recent attack on Israel, would be fair to assume if we have a giant influx of people from that region and they're all just fighting age men, 20s, maybe early 30s. That kind of weird.
Look, I'm not insinuating they shouldn't be vetted or looked over.
But it is dangerous to just assume the best.
No, of course.
Right.
You shouldn't assume the best. You shouldn't just let them waltz through. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that at the end of the day, you shouldn't assume just because they're not women or children that they're not refugees trying to escape to a better livelihood.
Sure.
To where they can build a better life for themselves.
Sure. And then guess what? There are appropriate channels to do that. But instead they chose to go and break a law. Go and enter a country illegally.
And that's on them. At the end of the day, that is on them.
And
exactly.
This has nothing to do with politics.
Let's continue.
Let's
Let's continue with what this news reports.
2007. He has 4 convictions in Boulder County alone. Again and again, he's been put on probation, and again, he's violated it, continuing to drink and drive until his next arrest. In each case, he's been released on no or low bond, failed to reappear for his hearing, and a warrant has been issued for his arrest. That may explain why he didn't face sentencing for 2 DUI cases from 2016 and 2019 until this month. He was allowed to plead both down to lesser charges of driving while ability impaired, despite having 3 prior drinking and driving related convictions. A Boulder County judge sentenced him to probation, community service, and work release. He left the courthouse, and 4 days later,
Let's continue
investigators say he got drunk, got behind the wheel, and drove his truck into a car outside of Broomfield High School, killing Melissa Powell and her 16-year-old son. Boulder County District Attorney Michael Doherty told CBS News Colorado he takes cases involving repeat DUI offenders very seriously, saying there is no excuse for drunk driving and a person must be held responsible for their decision to drink and drive. We will review the court records, including the sentence imposed by the court.
Okay.
So there was a warrant issued as well.
There was a warrant because he wasn't showing up to court for a bunch of other shit that he was also doing. And all of those ones, he got a pee-pee slap. He got probation, which he violated in this instance. He got a pee-pee slap, he got probation, and work release, which means fuck all, really, if you give the... And also, Biden also doesn't think that most cases of drunk driving should be a felony, but, whatever. Prosecutors wanted to send him also, by the way, he got a fucking bone because the prosecution also was allowed him to accept lower charges, like driving while ability impaired, which is not a DUI. Fucking crazy. They wanted to send him to prison for a year, but the judge, named Zach Malkinson, again released him. for killing 2 people. That's crazy. In 2021, there was a case of Ernesto Lopez Morales, a Guatemalan who was illegally living in Florida. According to police, Ernesto was driving his Suburban with no lights on when he plowed into another vehicle, pushing it 600 feet off the road and killing a 5-year-old girl inside. He then fled the scene. What happened to Ernesto? He was charged with manslaughter and given $22,500 bond, which he could post with just a couple $1,000s. He wasn't immediately removed from this country or even forced to stay behind bars after a 5-year-old was killed, which is interesting. And then there was the guy who killed NFL linebacker Edwin Jackson and his rideshare driver around 4 a.m. Jackson became sick, so the driver had pulled over. And then this guy, Manuel Orega Zavala, drove his Ford F-150 into the emergency lane and killed both him and his driver. Manuel, the guy who killed the NFLer, had a previous DUI conviction and 2 deportations, one in 2007, another in 2009. All of this is meaning that we need to build a goddamn wall and keep it up. We have avenues that people can get into the country, and it'll be great if the wall was so good, we can now shift funding from Border Patrol into like immigration offices where people can come in and apply for visas and shit. What a crazy fucking thought. But instead we have just
absolute sense.
We just have wide open range where there's no wall, and so people have to patrol it. But now we have people patrolling it and pointing people to the next rest stop so they can just enter the country and get a free bus ride to the next metropolitan area.
I agree. However, nonetheless, at the end of the day, we start building walls around our country, we're no better than any other communist country. I agree that there needs to be immigration.
Walls doth not a communist country make. Walls just make a reasonable country.
It's very reasonable.
I don't think.
Here's the thing: the wall isn't to keep people out. It's only to keep the people who are illegally trying to come in.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want to come here,
that's why if the southern border was just a straight wall with no ports of entry, then yeah, I'd agree with you more. But the fact is, we have ports of entry where people can do things properly. But people are just like, no, thanks. Likely because they have a criminal record in Mexico, which they do check because there's an agreement between Mexico and the United States where criminal records are shared so they can deny or allow entry into each other. And they're just like, nope, I know I have a criminal record. I'm not going to be allowed entry, so I'm going to go across the fucking desert. And that is what's happening.
The minute you build a wall with multiple points of entry, such as immigration offices, the minute you do that is the minute you start building what? Complications, corruption. These immigration offices will make it complicated for illegal immigrants to come through.
What complications would there be other than a criminal record?
I'm not saying
if you're not illegal and you don't have a criminal record.
Criminal records wouldn't be the only thing that could turn away immigrants. There could be so many other things. Like
what else?
Well, obviously racism for one. As
drug relation, gang affiliation.
Race isn't a fucking thing when it comes to that job. If you can come in,
you want to go.
You can come in and you're not illegal. You don't have things on your record.
You know why it's so easy to travel, air travel, and go to different countries? Because you're already doing shit properly. You go through customs, you check your passport, and you're good to go.
There's also no wall. There's no intimidation aspect.
You're right. There's instead likely an ocean or thousands of miles. You still have to cross some way. And so, but, if you have appropriate channels, no one is going to have an issue with immigrants. No one has an issue with immigrants, largely. People have an issue with illegal immigrants. Democrats want to make you think that Republicans just hate immigration altogether, when the reality is we don't like illegal immigration because these people, for the first time they step into the country, they're breaking the law. And I feel for other people who are not as graced to live along the southern border or on the same landmass as the United States, the greatest country there ever was. People in Africa or across the ocean, across the Atlantic, who have to use the processes that are available in order just to be allowed to enter the country on a work visa or other visa. They're not allowed or even have the opportunity to just swim across.
I'm just saying that not everyone has the luxury of being able to actually go through the immigration process.
Why would they not have the luxury?
Money, status.
What money does it cost to go into the thing? Let's look that up.
I wouldn't know. I mean, if you're going to an immigration office, what actual steps do you have to actually
If you have to
need
go,
your legal documents.
I'm sure that you also have to
and that's it.
pay money to the coyotes who are also guiding you across the border as well. You know, the people who are in the cartel and stuff. I'm sure you have to pay them as well.
Right.
So I'm sure running across the border ain't free.
No, it's not. It's not. But at
So,
the end of the day,
like,
it must
money
be cheaper
ain't-
than the other option.
I doubt
How?
it. It's arguably, if you want to say cheap, there's risking your life and dying in a fucking desert or getting raped multiple times by a bunch of people, or like, you know, just going through a port of entry and
You're making
applying
it
for work.
sound so easy,
It
but I
is because
imagine it's more
people in my
difficult than-
family have done it. It's not fucking difficult.
I imagine it's more difficult.
And
than
not
it
only that,
sounds.
you can even get a work visa, enter the country, and work towards your citizenship. You just have to renew your visa. It's fucking magic. It is not complicated. My family members have done it. It's not difficult. They have come to this country on a work visa, worked, lived, got their citizenship the appropriate way, and now they have voting rights. And now they have all these great benefits that they've earned.
If illegal immigration is such a problem, there has to be something that's causing it to be able to be in such fluctuation.
Corruption, and we're just ignoring laws.
We all understand that at the end of the day, if you have a criminal record, I
When-
can understand why you would want to illegally cross, so that way no one fucking, whenever they pop up on the vetting process, it's like, oh no, I've done this and this and
When-
this, wouldn't want to get caught with this. But why do other people who are completely innocent,
They're
illegally immigrant?
that's
That
the
people who are
hilarious part.
completely innocent then have no reason to go through the normal process.
Right, but there
Because
has to be a reason.
Because they're probably
Not
lied
every-
to by the cartels, saying that there's no other way. They're not going to let you in. You have to go with us, and you have
So
to pay
wouldn't
us
that
money.
be a Mexican issue rather than an American issue?
Yeah, but you know what we can do is
Exactly.
we can enforce our fucking border laws and be like, no, you can't fucking come in. Turn around, go to the port of entry, apply for a visa, do it that way.
Then wouldn't that scare migrants from Mexico from coming into America?
It shouldn't.
It will.
You've worked the gate, right?
It shouldn't.
On base?
I've worked on ACB, yes.
Yes.
And I've had a.
How
my
many
brother,
times have you
he,
had people who
he-
you come in that are not of American like citizenship? You have all the
They have
the
to have a work
Russians
visa.
or all the other random like Mexicans
I've never
and all
actually
the,
had anyone.
They had to have a work visa to get identification and shit like that.
That's what they need.
My brother, he
Well, they might not
obviously
be able to.
worked.
They might
So
not
my
have to
brother
do it to get every.
was stationed in Fort Bliss, so he had to eventually work on the border with the National Guardsmen and the Border Patrol agents. So he worked on there, and he's deported a lot of people. And mind you, he's the same race as I am. We're both Hispanic. So at the end of the day, he's deporting individuals who are trying to illegally cross. I have never really discussed with him all this thing. If anything, he's going to agree with you guys more than he would agree with me.
You know what is he probably has seen a lot more fucked up shit that the news ain't gonna fucking talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There's
He's-
a lot of stuff that he's done.
I
and
guarantee you,
seen.
at any time, and this is the biggest problem: is he's either probably still shitting or he's probably knocked out. Moving on. So, with Trump leading in the polls right
Actually,
now,
I can research anything you might need me to.
it
look up.
causes Biden to be more like Biden. A new CNN poll shows that Biden's job approval rating is standing at, drum roll, 38%.
That is so low.
Damn.
38%, and he is like wading water with everyone. His strategy in 2020 was obviously successful because there was just, changing the voter rules, which was absolutely evident. Yeah, so the voting rules changed where, Democrats can just walk up to your door, collect your ballots. You can vote three months early. Absolutely fucking asinine. That's never
What the
been a
fuck?
thing. 60% of Democratic voters in 2020 voted by mail, and about 35% or 3% of Republican voters did. So the mail-in ballots was the rule change, which caused it just to be super, super easy to have all this election fraud. In terms of actual electoral college vote, the election in 2020 was decided by an extraordinary low number of votes. 12,000 votes in Georgia, 11,000 votes in Arizona, 40,000 votes in Wisconsin, and 80,000 votes in Pennsylvania. Electorally and, presidential race speaking, those are like fucking slim odds. Those are tiny ass numbers. And it's wild. But of course, now that someone appropriate is in office, we can start talking about the whole, issues with the election. And other great news, Musk is slamming Biden right now on X.
Typical Musk activities.
Commenting
Typical
on
Musk
how
activities.
he is flooding the United States with millions of illegal aliens, saying this because he just wants to turn the United States into a one-party state with Democrat control. Musk, remarked that there was more than 302,000 illegal aliens that were encountered on the U.S. southern border in December, which was the highest one-month total in history. 302,000 illegal immigrants. He shared a screenshot of a 2021 news article from the Associated Press that showed how Biden created the pull factors that attracted hordes of legal aliens. Biden is prioritizing legal status for millions of immigrants, the title said. Biden's strategy is simple. This is a quote from Musk. Biden's strategy is very simple. 1, get as many illegals into the country as possible. 2, legalize them to create a permanent majority, a one-party state. That is why they are encouraging so much legal immigration. Simple yet effective. This explains why there are so few deportations, as every deportation is a lost vote, he added. As happened this week, you can literally assault police officers in broad daylight in New York, be released with no bail, and give everyone the finger and still not be deported. Outrageous. And of course, he's commenting on the situation in New York where illegal immigrants just beat the living shit out of a New York City police officer. And if you saw the footage, there was actually a protest from the NYPD because these immigrants were just set free, just free to go after assaulting a police officer unprovoked.
Bullshit.
Just literally just started beating the shit out of this guy and was just let to walk out.
Yes, preposterous.
As if nothing happened.
It's preposterous.
And NYPD went on protest and were just cruising around in a motorcade with their lights on, protesting that criminals are just able to walk free. And it is, this is important to note because, as you can see from the, title, Democrats just unironically want anarchy right now. They just want anarchy.
You say anarchy, but at the end of the day, that's not what Democrats want. I feel like at the end of the
right.
day, you are 100%
You're
right. I feel like what they want at the end of the day is to bend the minority into voters and that is the super shitty thing.
You're absolutely
because as a liberal, right, I feel like there's a lot of liberal things that there's a lot of pros to.
You're not Democrat. You're like a classical liberal.
Yeah,
like a classical liberal, like Bill Maher. Bill Maher is a classical liberal.
I don't even know what that means. I just feel like at the end of the day, there's a lot of radical liberal media these days, and at the end of the day, there's a lot of individuals who just do not use their brain. They listen to what they hear. They don't really read the facts. They don't really read the policies on their.
And I'm glad you said
politics
that because they ironically want anarchy because Democrats would love nothing more if they were always in control. And
because it benefits them. It benefits.
They would love
nothing.
nothing.
What I was going to say is they always want to be in control. That's what
they
want.
would love nothing more.
They want the control. They want the power. They want the
and
money.
And I'm not saying Republicans don't. I'm just saying that at the end of the day,
Republicans want small government and want you to live your life how you fucking want.
Look, bro,
that's how they want to roll. They don't want you to affect children.
I don't think that
they want you to live your life and that be it. They want small government.
I'm very anti-politician. At the end of the day, that's why I like Trump so much.
So you should be Republican.
He's
you
not
should
a
be
politician.
Republican.
Trump is not a politician. He's not.
He
may be a politician in quotations, but he's a businessman.
If you don't like politicians or you don't like government, then you should be Republican.
The average man is who I want in my position of government. Yeah. That is who I want because he's the person who understands societal issues more than anybody. Politicians at the end of the day only give a shit about themselves.
If you look at what the founding fathers wanted, that's the idea. It was supposed to be an average Joe. It was considered a civic duty to be in Congress, and you just went, did your stuff, and then left. And you didn't rot for the next 40, 50 years, turning into an old leather bag wearing Gucci and Cabana, and then, start bitching. I'm just a good old Catholic woman.
It just sucks as a minority
Nancy
myself,
Pelosi,
right?
The old fucking bag.
Because I would argue that most Hispanics are Republican. I would argue that, right? But I would also say that it is negligent of me to not say that Democrats at the end of the day are trying to bend the minority vote into their favor, whether it be African American, Hispanic, Indian. It doesn't matter,
buddy. That's been happening for like 80, 90 years.
It's been around
happening
for a long
since
time.
ever. It's been happening since ever.
And what was that discussion we had outside when you said that there is a Republican primary, but there is no Democratic primary? There should have been one. because I feel like Biden is not a suitable candidate.
So there was a guy who did an undercover interview with one of these, head cabinet, not head cabinet, but it was some sort of government official under the Biden administration. He posed as a gay man and went on a date with this guy, and he just spilled everything. Democrats don't want Biden in office either. And they don't want to put Kamala. What was literally said by the guy? What was literally said by the guy? Hold on, it gets better. What was literally said by the guy was that we don't want Biden. He kind of is not entirely there. He said that. He also said that we can't just get rid of Kamala because she's a woman of color, and that will look really bad.
It's crazy because
he also noted that nobody likes Kamala either. That she's also incompetent. And it just shows you how so heavily focused they are on identity politics, where they would just be like, yeah, I know this person's not the best for the presidency, but, people might get angry because this person's black.
It sucks because there's probably a plethora of really good Democratic candidates, but they do not want to have them in there
because if you're a Democrat, I don't want you as president.
They don't have them as a certain gender or a certain color. It's a problem.
If you are a Democrat, I don't want you as president because
I
guess
can
what?
imagine there's a certain
if your presidency, if you're a Democrat, means that we have what's going on in the world again, no thanks. Why is it that Trump, not a politician like you said, a businessman, was able to come into this presidency in 4 years? Obviously have the whole COVID thing, which ruined his last 2 years. He also did some pretty shitty shit with, COVID gave us that fucking idiot Fauci.
Oh, God forbid.
But why is it that this guy was able to have peace in the Middle East, no new war breakout,
not just
immigration,
peace in the Middle East, peace in Russia too.
Immigration at an all-time low. He walked into North Korea saying, I'm not fucking scared of you. Why is it that this guy did it? And politicians, Democrats who had been in office for decades, far too damn long, who haven't done anything like that.
Because it is
improved on nothing.
It is so simple, right? It is so simple. I know nothing about politics. I don't know a majority of this stuff, right?
What?
But it focuses on human philosophy and human behavior. At the end of the day, it's all about individuals seeking their own personal benefits and their own personal power, right? So when we talk about Trump, right, I'm not saying Trump doesn't have his own personal gains. He probably does.
Nope.
But at the end of the day, right, when we talk about Democrats,
he is the single president who has gotten poorer from being president.
When we talk about stereotypical Democrats, right, we're talking about individuals who only give a shit about their personal benefits.
Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, 98,
Yes.
99% of them.
I'm not saying it's coincidence, but it could be. But at the end of the day, when Trump left office, what happened? We talking about Ukraine and Russia. We're talking about Hamas and Israel. We're talking about the Texas situation.
Why is that?
I'm going to step out.
It's
and
personal.
I'm going to get another voice in.
Okay, let me go ahead and pause the show. We'll go and take a quick break here.
Angie's here.
And we're back. Just a brief little intermish, but we have somebody who you've heard before on the show. Angie, how are you now?
Hi.
It's so good to have you back. We were just discussing. I think we almost finished up some more news related things, but we were really talking about the I guess the main topic was the border issue in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And we gave some examples, some recent events. A man getting drunk behind the wheel 4 days after he got out of court of yet another instance of him being under the influence, drinking and driving. But in this instance, 4 days later, he killed a mother and her son of 16 years outside of a school. And he was basically effectively just released without anything. He has effectively probation, community service, and work release. That is the extent of his punishment.
If I was correct, it was 4 prior DUIs, correct? And then it was
4 prior DUIs.
4 prior deportions as well?
Yeah, 4 prior deportions.
He's an illegal immigrant.
Yeah. He was deported in 2009 of June, 2013 of June, November 2014, January 2015. And he just kept on coming back. He was arrested multiple times, also for DUI. And Biden had basically just said, we covered a news story of Biden interviewing, basically saying that ICE, if they were to effectively arrest or deport anybody who are, for whatever reason, illegal immigrant, he would fire them and he would remove them.
That's basically the exact word
He basically gave a generalized sob story.
Isn't he saying if they go against his command?
Against his order.
His executive
order.
Yeah.
Which his order is to basically them not do their job.
His executive order would be in direct violation of the Constitution, where the federal government needs to maintain the borders. And this is just something that's been going on, in his term. We've had the record number of border apprehensions, as well as, which border apprehensions doesn't really mean anything when they're literally just like taken and then processed and then just released into the interior.
Right.
Something that was completely is effectively the opposite of what happened in Trump's presidency. And we had a discussion of it was like, why is it happening? What could be different? And the process that is involved in becoming a U.S. citizen. And I've had family members who had gone through work visas to come to the country. I know I may not look it. I know my pasty Irish complexion would not suggest this. But if I show you family reunion pictures, you would be like, bro, you went to the wrong house, like wrong address.
You're the one white guy in all Latino parties.
Yeah. So if I have, if I have, basically my grandmother's side on my father's side are Mexican and Spanish. And they work visa, way back when they came to the country, work visa, however they did it, they went through the process, came legally, and eventually got their citizenship. Okay.
Yeah. I actually have an article as of 4 hours ago from Reuters, if you'd like.
Reuters.
Yeah, Reuters. So Reuters.com.
Also, can you just tell me who Reuters is, as in their political affiliation?
I'm assuming they're Republican.
No,
they're not.
No.
Wow, it seems very.
They would like you to think so. Hey, just like Fox.
Keep the mic pointed.
So it is a Trump-focused Texas border rally blends politics and religion by Ted Henson and Maria Alejandra Cordana. So we have. This is in Camaro, Texas, February 3rd, so pretty recent. Hundreds of protesters from around the U.S. flocked to a Texas border town on Saturday at an event over illegal immigration to show support for former President Donald Trump at a rally that blended border politics with religion rhetoric. At the rally in Camaro, Texas, vendors sold shirts, flags, and hats promoting the Republican former president, while conservative speakers touted conservative Christian values and criticized the border policies of President Joe Biden, a Democrat.
Yeah. So pause right there. You know how they're not right wing is because they say rhetoric when they're talking about religion.
They also said touted. So,
and here's the thing. Hey folks, newsflash. United States is a Christian nation. Sorry. I know that's one of the greatest things is we're a Christian nation, but we also afford people the ability to practice their religion.
Well, to be honest with you, most Hispanics that come over the border are already Christian or Catholic.
Yeah, Christian or Catholic.
So, yeah.
So, and the idea that we have to keep religion and the state, quote unquote, separate is absolutely wild. Because this never was the case. We swear on the Bible when we step into court, or you can choose not to. Your choice, because remember, freedom of religion. But to say that religion and the state is separate is asinine and just not true.
As you too may know, swearing into the military, you also swear upon God.
Yes.
I do swear upon God. Yeah.
We, of course they're going to do that. And
a topic in another. So
yeah,
right.
What they've tried to do in that article is paint a picture of effectively a bunch of white crazy supremacists who are banding around the campfire and effectively saying a bunch of likely not good things. But of course, they can't say that they're saying bad things because otherwise that would be slander and defamatory. So if they don't want a legal battle, they can't. And I've the articles that I pulled up have been Democratic, MSN,
CBS.
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 What do we do? Oh, what are they omitting from this story?
At the end of the day, they always omit certain subject matters that obviously conflict or
so like in the case of the driver accused of killing the mother and son, they said everything like, oh yeah, he's had 4 prior things for the same thing, like DUI and stuff like that. But what they failed to mention is that he's an illegal immigrant and has been deported from his country 4 times.
You know what's somewhat laughable though about Democratic media is even though they try to omit certain subject matters, it's as you stated earlier in the podcast, they also accidentally by their own means almost benefit the Republican side or Republican narrative about how certain
because some things are just so surface level logical and true that you don't really need to argue it, and that just so happens with the case like illegal immigration. It is just so cut and dry, and I understand, like, yes, in a perfect world we would love to have a perfect world where things were super easy, but America is the greatest country there has ever been. There is no other country where its citizens get as many rights as we do. Go to UK. You go to UK. No, Oscar, go to UK. Would you say that United Kingdom is free?
I wouldn't say they're free. I don't think any country is really free, but at the end of the day, America is one of the few countries where you can literally tarnish and talk shit about the flag without getting shot on sight.
It's for a lot of people who believe, and we hear liberals say this because they always want to cite other countries as being so much better than the United States. In a lot of those countries, you would go to jail if somebody was offended by something that you said.
What about Switzerland? Switzerland has like a high happiness popularity.
Switzerland is very much just they're very homogenous as a country. They don't have a lot of immigration, so there are a lot of people that think alike. So they don't have problems. They don't have problems like we do. Not only that, but their population is just so fucking tiny.
Well, if everyone thinks alike, does that make Switzerland a communist country?
So communism does not necessarily mean that people have to think alike. It just means homogenous.
It's a hive mind. Switzerland's a hive mind.
They're just homogenous.
You do have to appreciate that such wide breadth between the left and the right in America is due to its freedom, right?
Right.
So like we're talking about Switzerland and everybody's so homogenous because they're not as able to experience life in different in different spectrums, that they have that range to live in and form their opinions in that range.
Right.
So what lifestyle, what society is creating a country of everybody that thinks the same? You know what I mean?
You're right.
So that feeds back into,
you can,
Brandon's
for
America
example, since the
being
topic is
greatest.
immigration, you can look at Japan, for example, who have some of the most strictest and xenophobic immigration laws ever. But nobody talks about that.
I actually don't know about any of them.
Because you know what? Japan isn't being inundated with immigrants because they don't want to go live there. Instead, we have a country...
There's already too many people there.
Right now, in the year 2024, we have a country where a government is going to give illegal immigrants thousands of dollars, free healthcare. Hey,
which is wild.
Oscar, isn't it crazy how healthcare seems to be a big problem in the United States, and yet people who literally upon entering the country the way they do, 1, break the law, and 2, get handed money, thousands of dollars, and 3, free healthcare.
With all due respect, it doesn't surprise me at all.
Why? That should be terrible.
Right.
That should be appalling.
It is terrible, but it does not surprise me the least bit.
Another moment. We have another news story. I don't have a clip of it. I think I could find it. There was a gentleman who was at a park, a homeless man, who was effectively witnessing, yelling
if
at...
you guys ever watch my streams, and I know this is off topic, but if you ever watched my game streams...
That's the iPad case I want. The nice typey one.
I actually game with a lot of people from Canada, and you know how Canada has the free healthcare, and they'd like to argue multiple times that it's not as free as everyone makes it out to be. There's a lot of healthcare issues in Canada, as similar to America.
I work a full-time job.
Okay, so this is in... I don't remember where this is. Oh, okay, so it's a neighborhood in Boston, Massachusetts, and illegal immigrants were basically given an entire rec center. Okay? And this is a homeless man who is absolutely fed up with this situation.
I'm homeless. I work a full-time job, 40 hours, and can't pay to live here. How the are y'all gonna bring somebody else here?
So where is he living? If I'm gonna be
Boston, Massachusetts.
yeah, that's arguable.
He is a homeless man who has a job, which is honestly more than you can ask of any average homeless person.
Yeah.
He is actively working and contributing to his community.
I would like to see anyone in Seattle actually working.
And people who break the law just get handed all this free shit. And he is homeless and a United States citizen contributing to society, and these people just get handed a building and free shit. Absolutely fucking asinine.
Yeah.
And it just goes back to what Elon Musk was saying. They are just trying to make a voter base.
That's all they've been trying to do.
It has been the Democratic motive we saw it with Obama. We're seeing it now with Biden. It is just the major motive of the Democratic Party is to secure a voter base.
The Democratic Party hasn't always been like this. I just feel like it's so fucked up that they do the things they do.
What that sounds like to me.
I disagree with what you're saying about them trying to set up a voter base, right? But if we go back, these people are coming in illegally unless they have reached a certain level of citizenship. They're not granted a vote. So that's not as far. And I don't want us to fall too far into the, generalization of it all, of the thought process of like, this is going to sound maybe, if you don't understand my thought process, like a left field, like a way left analogy, but it's like when people that like when people of the Democratic or different parties, whatever, people who just say like, oh yeah, most school shooters are white males with guns, therefore all white males are, whatever, right? So I'm just trying to say like I don't want us to fall too far into that thought process. I myself know a lot of people that were forced to come into this country illegally, right? So there are, and again, we're not generalizing here because yes, there are people that come here and then are granted things and then they're abusing the things that they are being granted, right? And do I think that what the Democratic Party is doing by granting them all of these privileges is correct? Absolutely not. But I don't think the general process of demonizing this whole subset of people that come here as illegal immigrants I think
it is absolutely. I'm not saying that they are just steal the word demons, but I don't think that they are. I think generally that if you're going to enter a country illegally, because we do have checks at the border, right? There's that mutual agreement between U.S. and Mexico where we're going to share criminal records and stuff like that. 9 times out of 10, if you're going to be crossing the border legally, it's because you have some shit on you, a record, which is statistically being shown right now from all the people who are entering the border.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, me neither.
That's completely fine, but we have problems. We have a lot of problems, and statistically, what we're seeing is that many people that are crossing the border legally have some sort of criminal record. There's 4 instances just here of people drinking and driving and killing people, and they're illegal immigrants, have been deported and come back. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure that there's people. It would be incredibly naive to say that no, all illegal immigrants are insane criminals aside from just crossing the border. No, incredibly naive. I'm sure that there's some people who don't have a criminal record who are probably misled by the cartels. Like I told Oscar before you arrived, that there's probably people who are not informed on how to go through a port of entry or apply for.
Coyotes will lie.
A coyote will be like, no, for sure. Like, no, they will never let you in. You have to come with me because I know a way. It's gonna be super simple. Hand me $100 and I'll get you and your family across.
So I have a hot take.
That's how it goes. I'm sure that's how it goes.
Hot take. I feel like, right, these statistics of everyone with a criminal record who are immigrants, right? I feel like that has been over extenuized. I feel like the majority is immigrants who genuinely believe the vetting process and getting into this country
if we're gathering statistics from the FBI who reportedly also
This
have
is the FBI we're talking about. So we're talking about individuals who already have criminal records. So we're not talking about individuals who are trying to get into this country and find a better living
right,
for themselves.
because when they apprehend people, they go, okay, who are you? Okay, we identify you. We see if you have a criminal record. Oh shit, you do, and they add it to the tally. That's how statistics work. It's not just a pie in the sky thing. Because if it's estimated, then it says estimate. But it's like, here's a percentage of how many people will have criminal records.
So we're
and
just
not.
saying that the individuals with criminal records have a higher statistic than the individuals who don't. That's what we're saying.
That the percentage of people who are
right.
coming over the border, over 50%, have criminal records.
That
now it could be
right.
now people are probably going to be like, assuming that I'm saying like felonies or shit. No, it's just criminal records. It could be drug related misdemeanors. It could be other things.
I would argue
it's just
that
the fact
most
that they
of my
have a
family was
criminal
all
record.
illegal immigrants.
It could be anything as small as speeding.
Yes, they have criminal records.
Then
Whether
if
it be
we're gonna talk about all these people that are coming over with criminal records, then how many people that are already American citizens have criminal records on the same status?
No, for sure. But at the same time, I'm not saying going as far as just saying like speeding tickets. I mean, like if it's going to be a misdemeanor or a felony of like importance, such as like gang affiliation, drug relation, human trafficking, and the like. If you look at anybody in the cartel who is helping people across the border, they're all guilty of human trafficking to some extent, and drug running and all these other things. Fentanyl is pouring over the border in massive quantities, which are killing American citizens because people are spiking everything with it. And that's a serious problem. And the issue is it's not so much the debate of, who these people are and their merits is ultimately, I wouldn't say irrelevant. It is not the most important thing. The important thing is that the federal government is not doing their job.
Agreed.
Right? They're not doing their job. The simple answer would be to adopt what Trump was doing, where you look at there was a news reporter who had done an interview with a person who was apprehended at the border, like the first year that Biden took presidency, and he was asked, "Are you coming over the border because Biden's president?" And he goes, "Basically." Why is that? Because that guy knew that the border legislation or the border laws were not going to be strongly enforced, and so he can just get in and just do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I was just gonna say
whereas
that Biden
Trump
was a pushover.
Trump, nothing. The record low in the past 20, 30 years of border crossings was under Trump, because he was just, all he said was, we're going to enforce the laws on the books. If you guys want to come in, you can do it how everyone else who doesn't share the border with the United States has to do it. Get a work visa. Not only that, you don't even have to become a fucking citizen to enter the country. You can get a work visa and work in the country and do that, and then apply for a naturalization citizen. What's stopping them?
So
there are things that stop people for sure.
I just want to chime in on that subject, because, like I said, I know on a deeply, very personal level, people who, like I said, were forced, not because of a choice, were forced to come into this country through not the legal means, right?
Right.
And this is not me supporting illegal immigration, right? This is me.
Would that be human trafficking?
Not necessarily in that way, but the concept of illegal immigration is like, just to take it back before I start in, right? We all know it's complex. It's got so many different, variables, XYZ, whatever, right? But at the end of the day, there's a legal way to come into this country, and there's an illegal way to come to this country, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm just trying to gather my thoughts. Unfortunately, for a lot of people, it is easier to say find the legal way than to actually seek the legal way, right? Because it is not as easy as people say, like, oh yeah, you can apply for a visa, and then they're like, oh yeah, then they come into this country, they marry someone who is a legal citizen, and then they get their papers, whatever. That process is not what people think it is.
Yeah.
I know, I'm not going to say names because, where we are, but I know on a deeply personal level people who were brought into this country as children illegally, and then they had no choice in that, right? They were brought into this country by their parents illegally because they were seeking a better life, because I personally believe we can't judge them for seeking a better life and doing what any good parent would want to do when they cannot afford the lawyers, don't have the financial means. The government is not going to help them get there. So they're doing what they can to get these children, you know, in a better situation. Then they get here, they try to live a better life. People say they don't pay taxes. I promise you, they pay taxes.
If they are paying,
they work, they pay taxes. Their wages are
purchasing
taxed.
things. They have to pay sales tax.
Yes,
if they are getting if they're doing this is the thing. If you're working, you typically have to have a social security number. In order to do that, otherwise it's considered under the table, because if you do not have any tax withholdings taken out, or if you have to physically opt out of taking taxes, your tax withholdings, you have to actually do that. And if you don't have the option to do that, you're likely getting paid under the table. But if you're living in the country and you're engaging in the economy, you're paying sales taxes largely if your state has that.
Right. So they are participating in that aspect of society. Most of them, because they lack the legal status, are not participating in receiving like Medicare, Medicaid, and any of those benefits. Some of them are, because like you said, unfortunately, some of them steal identities. They use
but what
other
we're
people's
seeing,
social security.
What we're seeing right now, though, is that's completely not true. Is people are receiving, legal immigrants are receiving from the state. You look at California, for example,
Right,
where they're
but
receiving $15,000 in rental insurance and free medical care.
Right, but think about how many of them there are and how many of them are actually receiving that aid. And that goes back to, I guess what I'm trying to say is the process is not as simple as it seems. It's not as attainable as people make it seem. It is not, not achievable. And
it's not simple
and
by any means.
But where the big, where the big issue is coming in right now is under the current administration. I don't believe that, we just saw the article the other day. I was showing Marcus the article the other day about the high school. Was it a high school or college campus in New York, where they just sent everybody in to virtual learning because they were going to house all these illegals in the school.
Right.
That's where we're crossing the line, right?
Yeah.
So where you're taking away from the general collective of the people to give to somebody, to this subset, that's where I think we are, crossing the line. The fact that we've seen the pouring, we've all seen the videos of the pouring of people running in mass, across the border, because they know once they make it over, they're in, right? And the way that right now the media is kind of demonizing Texas because they're choosing to stand up and protect their borders. I'm going to say it. I do stand with Texas because they're choosing to stand up and protect their borders. And I do feel
right.
And I feel like the presidency has 1,000% dropped the ball on that aspect.
Not even just the presidency; it's also the Supreme Court has ruled against Texas.
Yep.
Which doesn't make sense.
I would just like to.
They've ruled against the Constitution ultimately.
Absolutely, but I would just like to drop that grain that it is it is not is not that simple for people to just apply for visas and come in and seek the better way. So
for sure, no, it's not simple. There's a process. It is lengthy. Like, for example, the family members that have taken that in my family, took them years, almost a decade to get their citizenship. But right now it's cake. You just say the magic word of asylum and you get entry into the country and get all those benefits afforded to you. Where there is asylum laws on the books, however, those are not being enforced as well. And so there are avenues saying that you're seeking political asylum. You're facing prosecution in your country. We have laws on that to expedite the process of those things, but everybody is saying it. So we're flooding the system with what is likely a lot of false statements of asylum. A lot of people could probably wait to get their visas and then enter the country and then work towards their citizenship. However, what we're seeing is everyone's saying asylum, and now they just get to have all this stuff. And we've completely thrown away any vetting that was previously established. The major issue, and what's really problematic right now, is that just the laws on the books are not being enforced, right? That's the ultimatum of it all. And I think that immigration reform is in need because, you know, populations have grown. The situation in Mexico with the cartels and stuff like that has gotten, you know, extremely serious.
The only issue is that if we have a population like reform or immigration reform, we're also going to need something to do with the border reform, because with all the illegal people,
I do think that a wall should be built.
Coming in. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I was getting towards, is that if we have all these people that are coming in that are illegal,
here's a prime example. Remember that story I just said of that woman who took her 2 kids and tried to cross the Rio Grande and then ended up all of them dying?
Yeah.
You know what would have stopped that? If there was a border that she knew she could not cross. She wouldn't even tried. She would have been like, no, there's no way. Why? I'm not going to swim towards a wall. Like, there's no point.
But what I'm trying to get to here is, if there's a wall and we can refund the immigration process, like if we can secure our borders and then refund the immigration process to be able to reform it, it probably could make the whole thing simpler.
Yeah.
But are we going to do that? Is that going to happen? I wish it would.
It takes somebody.
I don't think our current government wants
one?
to do that.
No, they're not doing any sort of reform.
Absolutely
I think
not.
The main reason.
Do angle your thing more laterally, because you're no, you're fine. You're breathing on the mic. Not you, him.
No.
I'm
trying to. You kind of mentioned the why a little bit earlier, and I must have missed that part of the conversation. But you do have to beg and wonder the why as to why the influx of people. Why are you? Because basically, it's begging people to come in, and you mentioned the voter base, but I think it's part of it. A large part of it is simpler than the voter base. It's a workforce. It is everywhere you go now. You look around.
I guarantee you.
There's hiring now signs everywhere you want. With COVID, a large part of the workforce just kind of threw the towel in and was like, fuck it. And political parties are backed by these companies, and these companies are, like begging for
I guarantee you, though, that because what's being saved most on wages, companies aren't having to spend shit on wages now if they're all understaffed. I think I don't think Democrats give a single flying fuck of things being understaffed. Historically has literally just been a voter base, and they pander often in their campaigns to immigration and minorities.
Having the workforce is something they want, but they also just don't want to pay people.
The Democrats, the Democrats' point,
I'm agreeing
they
with
do
you,
not give a single flying fuck about a workforce.
They don't want part of the workforce because of the fact they don't want to pay people. They want to keep the money.
No, I was talking about this a little bit with somebody else in my family, and we were kind of thinking, we're like, they want a workforce that they don't have to pay a fair wage to. They want a workforce because if you've listened, recently there's been other articles and everything where they're talking about we're in a population decline, and the rate of the population growth right now, I forget the exact words.
Our birth rate is we're not matching the birth to death ratio.
Yeah,
we're in a deficit.
We're in a deficit, and it's been in a deficit for like a little bit,
a long time.
And people are, some people are, freaking out about that, and statisticians are talking about how we will no longer be a sustainable society.
What's going to be interesting, though, is hilariously, if we have such an event where younger generations are not going to be able to replace the older generation in the workforce, it would actually increase wages for the smaller percentage, because labor is a supply and demand system.
But we're seeing, so like this, I think
that's
this
the problem with
ties in
legal immigration.
The immigration.
If you drive up supply, that's where everything gets cheaper.
But we're talking about legal versus illegal, and an illegal worker will take, like you said, under the table.
For sure.
They'll take $5 to do a job.
Which is a problem.
Yeah, which is definitely a problem. But,
and that's
like
all part of the supply and demand thing.
Yeah, but like we're already seeing that, right? So like wages are going up and inflation is going up.
I mean, supply doesn't care whether or not the person is illegal or not. It is just how many people are in the workforce willing to work, and that's all it cares about.
Why would they pay 20 people $15 an hour instead of 20 people $5 an hour.
But that's exactly what I'm
That's
saying.
exactly what they're saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So like we're already seeing the wage go up, the inflation go up and everything. So like we were kind of discussing how this influx of people that are willing to do the work for less, right? Like, so where we lived in Florida, we're like this close to Immokalee.
Yeah.
And I knew many people that worked those fields and they paid garbage. They made like, if you did the math, it's like $4 an hour.
Oh, yeah.
And they're like hauling shit all day, you know? And because first of all, people that would do that job and are, you know, legal and are smart are going to be like, I'm not doing this work for this wage because that's inhuman. That's subhuman treatment, right? So these companies, they would literally, because I saw the vans and we know exactly where Palm Beach Boulevard is and we know exactly, and they would drive around and they would pick people up
for sure
and then haul them off and they would build these little huts, whatever, and have that labor and
you look at
that workforce.
Go to a local Home Depot. You have a similar thing where these people are not in, and it's not a shame to say, this is just the product of this this situation. It drives down labor costs, and that's construction, landscaping, all that shit is labor, right? It drives it down so much where we have companies who are startup companies, small businesses who are doing construction, landscaping, all that stuff, likely to go out of business because people are just going to the Home Depot and hiring people who are out there and who just go and do the work for like
pennies on a dollar.
Like you would be stupid not to go hire these people. That's the
what
price
actually
difference.
What is happening again, because I here in Washington, I don't think we experience the immigration issue as like strongly as like the southern states, like you know, California, Texas, Arizona, Florida for damn sure, right? Because we like I said, you know, so like what I know to be true is a lot of those companies, like you said, that you're like, oh, they're likely to go out of
or just hiring
business.
them.
They're just hiring them,
And
so
that's another
they're the
thing.
ones that drive to the Home Depot and pick them up.
But now, what does that mean? If I want to go join that company, what wage am I going to
You become a
be able to demand?
contractor. You become a contractor.
I would have to accept what's going. I can't.
No, so you become a contractor.
You would hope. You would hope.
You
but
become a
I
contractor
tell you
and you
what.
benefit
This
from
is why statisticians and economists are saying that this is more of a big deal as far as an impact on the economy, because Trump had said that for his entire presidency. He's like, and his campaigning is that illegal immigration directly affects the economy.
1,000%.
Right, and we just discussed exactly why. But just to the extent that it does is the crazy thing, right? And it's just one of those facts. I think, you know, there's just so many gears working in this giant thing of immigration, right? We have things to balance. We have humanitarian concerns to balance, like, you know, when people claims asylum, everyone's just saying that word, so now we have to, that system is just completely swamped. We have to try and figure that out, see if, you know, things are true. The system's just overloaded. We have wide open border where people can just walk across, and, you know, that's obviously issues because people just see a river. The Rio Grande's fierce. The Rio Grande's a fierce river.
Oh yeah.
And people just swim across it with children.
It's not like your backyard river.
And we should just, you know, have a wall where it would dissuade them from even putting their life in risk.
So
there's in the mic.
I'm sorry. I just came back from the bathroom. So
how was your shit?
It was fairly
nice.
I would say it's a 7 out of 10.
Oh, that's wow.
So I'm just gonna give you my perspective.
My toilet is honored.
My perspective of this whole ordeal was we left talking about immigration, and when I came back, we were on Home Depot. So you can imagine where my mind was.
So yeah,
we're touching the economic
impact. Yeah.
So I was like, hold on, what? But I do have to go. So I just wanted to let you know.
No, it was great having you. I know you have a soiree. A date.
A soiree.
Yeah, you have a rendezvous.
Okay.
You dirty bastard.
It was good to see you, Angie. I wish I could stay longer. Of course. I'll be here next weekend more than likely. If you hopefully are able to attend, because she considerably thinks that everyone hates her.
Oh.
No, I
that's
work a lot now.
She works.
As her husband, that is the exact word she basically
That
said.
is not what I said.
I remember her talking. I remember talking to her last week. I remember.
I know.
Yeah. I think she clearly said that Brandon hates me.
That's not what I said.
Ridiculous.
It's insane.
Unfortunately, she works long hours. She works later days.
You know,
like
this is
just got off
exactly
work
what we were
before coming
discussing
here.
though about the immigration issue. If they would just give you less hours and treat you more like an American citizen.
Yeah.
Listen,
Well, it was good
if I
having
can
you.
make
Of
it-
course.
We'll catch you next time. There's of course no shortage of things to talk about.
Of course.
Um,
Have a good night, everybody.
yeah. Cheers. We were talking about the economic impact of the situation. And those are all things. Elon Musk obviously bashing Biden for his whole dealing with the entire thing. And so, yeah, I think the ultimatum is that we should just be adhering to the laws that we have in place already and working towards fixing the system we already have, because there's a lot of outdated systems. Like immigration law is arguably outdated just from the sheer massive people that obviously want to get into the country, and outdated techniques and systems that are in place. But that alone, I don't think is a good excuse to say permit or allow illegal immigration. Okay.
Yeah.
And we're seeing people pay for it. Not only local communities along the border, but also the people who are trying to cross the border. It's one of those situations where there's so much better ways to go about it, and we just need to fix the things that are already in place. Did you have anything that you wanted to bring? I thought you said you had something.
Me?
You?
I had stuff for the
We have
podcast on
science questions. We can do science. Let's do
I do love
science
science.
questions.
Actually, I haven't been keeping up with science because the last time when I was going to be on was the podcast for the video games when we did the Game Awards and everything.
Yeah.
I wasn't on this last current one.
Episode
I didn't get to hear
41.
everybody's opinions about the whole Texas Border Patrol and everything, including Cedillo and
Yeah.
Walker, but Walker's kind of out of it.
Yeah, the in science news, there's been some things. You were there when we talked about
too much like big crazy things. The last thing I think I really was paying attention to was the laser satellites, everything like that. Them still trying to communicate over long distance. And
Yeah, there was the
working on that more.
DSOC, the Deep Space Optical Communications, which was able to send data 10 million miles away, which is absolutely crazy because usually that's like distance to Mars usually.
Yeah.
And that's usually relegated to like moon and inwards, so around 240,000 miles. So we're doing great things with that, and the setup for that is just amazing. Again, if you guys aren't looking at thewholemag.com, I recommend it. We have some wonderful articles on there, and there's some good things to discuss. There is a article I do articles every day, not every day. After every podcast, there's a episode review where we sort of give some information and talk about what was going on in the episode. If you guys want to check that out, that's also where you can start the conversation. If you guys want to have your 2 cents in, go ahead and pop it in. Go ahead and send it. We love hearing people, and we want to discuss. Also, leave comments for the future episodes if you guys have topics or discussions. We'll love to hear them. That drone attack. If you're looking at the website, the drone attack that Iran basically funded.
Did you hear about that?
We dropped some bombs.
No.
Not the
Yeah.
latest one, no.
About the drone attack?
Yeah,
The latest one, no.
Drone attack killed 3 service members and injured almost like over 24. They were in Jordan. Drone came in and hit the barracks and killed 3 service
Iraqi
members.
drone, or
It was a Iranian-funded drone that was launched from Iraq, which flew to Jordan and killed 3 service members. Hearts, prayers out to the families who have lost their loved ones in the ultimate sacrifice. As a matter of opinion, is it cringe for celebrities to put up a GoFundMe for their child's baseball teams?
Excuse me,
Absolutely.
Yeah, so if you guys aren't
What?
on the Whole Magazine or wholemag.com, I made an article talking about a celebrity, Alyssa Milano.
I don't even remember where
Yeah,
she's from.
she, I
Who
know.
is that?
She's kind of like this sort of, her time has come and gone. I think her heyday was like 80s or 90s when she was actually in things. But she's catching a lot of flack for posting on her X account a link to a GoFundMe campaign to raise funds for her son's baseball game.
Do I think it is wrong of her to make it? No, because you can make anything. Do I think it is asinine of the people that are contributing to it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she's catching a lot of
I
flack.
have watched some of the things she's been in, but she's in Lady and the Tramp.
So she caught some flack because she created a GoFundMe and she used her married name. So her, I guess celebrity name is Alyssa Milano, but her married name is Alyssa Buglieri. Buglieri, probably Italian. And she made this GoFundMe campaign where the money would just go directly to her instead of like an outside organizer for the thing. It's like, it would be different if like, say like I'm Alyssa Milano and Marcus is like the head of the team or the coach or the manager or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Like a manager for a Little League game. That'd be hilarious. But like he made the GoFundMe page and I took that link and shared it. No, she made a GoFundMe campaign and shared it like that, which is fucking crazy.
That's amazing.
And she kind of like really jumped on the horn and like started defending herself about the whole thing, stating that she's quote unquote, I'm getting media inquiries about whether I have financially contributed to my son's baseball team. I paid for uniforms for the entire team and coaches, throw in birthday parties, and sponsor any kid who can't afford monthly dues. The kids also do fundraising themselves, car washes, movie nights, and many other fun things. Thank you to all who have contributed to the GoFundMe. You've made things easier for these boys and their families. By the way, Alyssa Milano is like worth $10 million. So I think her doing what would be expected of such a wealthy mother, it's kind of expected. And I'm not sure what she would need to be fundraising for. It's a fucking Little League game. It's a Little League baseball team. Like, are they going to regionals? Like, are they going across the country?
Do we know how much she made?
No, I don't have any update on how much people actually donated. I saw the backlash, which was absolutely delicious. Maybe we can get some information on that, because that would be.
I'm gonna make a GoFundMe to buy new shoes.
Yeah, right.
I need more.
Hilarious.
Can I make a GoFundMe and put shoes out, but then like take pictures of my feet, so it's like feet pics. There's
That's
plenty of
Foot
people.
Finder, ain't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wild. Yeah, Alyssa Milano catching lots of flack for that. Yeah, personally, if you're a rich person and you're making a GoFundMe, you should be expecting every bit of flack. And it kind of just shows you really what the fuck's going on. Like, she's like, I've been paying for a lot of this stuff. Maybe it's drained her. Maybe it's all like Gucci and Louis Vuitton, like all their uniforms and stuff, or like Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Balenciaga, and she's just drained. Like, she probably got the latest like Gucci bats and shit like that. So she's probably absolutely drained, because that shit would be expensive.
Yeah, it would be.
And so that's probably why she has to make this GoFundMe page, is because she's having to sell one of her houses just to be able to fund this thing. So,
honestly, most likely she is bankrolling this team, to get the like clout of it, and is like, maybe
selling
if
a whole
I make
house.
A GoFundMe.
I don't know. Yeah.
Like,
That'd be fucking hilarious.
maybe she's like making this to be like, I raised more money and look at me fundraising.
You know what's really classy of rich people is when they're philanthropic without like posting on social media. It's like, what's super cringe? I fucking hate it so much. It was this entire era of YouTube.
Oh, when they like help a homeless person and then like
Angie,
stick the camera in their face?
Angie, I swear to fucking God. Get the fuck out of my head. Yeah. Yeah. When they like really just grossly shower homeless people with money.
Did we not talk about this?
How
did we
fucking
not talk about this?
We did talk
terrible.
about this, yes.
How terrible.
How dare you use that person's situation to get the clout, to get the views, and make yourself
so
fuck
fucking gross.
You.
And like,
I'm gonna give them $20,000 so that I can make $100 million.
It might
whatever.
be, if they're super generous, like
$100,000.
$100 in ones, but they're raking in like thousands, if not millions,
a day.
Thousands. Let's be realistic.
A
Thousands from that video.
Yeah.
Wow, how generous of you. You know what you should do? Is you should take all that money that you got for that year for that video and go find that man and give it to him. Oh, but we're not actually in it for the kindness. We're in it so you can gloat. And I wonder if do they whack off to all the comments saying like, "Oh my God, you're such a nice person," for all the incredibly naive and
no, they're
dumb people.
They're attention-seeking whores. To be honest, this topic gets me heated though, because Marcus and I have talked about this, because there's a difference between doing something out of the goodness of your heart for somebody and then doing something because it's like Munchausen's by proxy. I swear to God it is. It's like you just want people to be like, oh my god, the poor person, look at you, you're so brave for helping them. And oh my god, I would never go near them. They're so filthy. But like, oh my god, you're so brave for helping them.
How did you handle the smell? Oh my god. Yeah, it's literally the worst thing that was on the internet
Like,
for a while.
If you cared about them, hey, let's work on some of that, mental health reform we need.
YouTube cracked down on that shit. I don't think you're allowed to make those videos anymore.
We need
I don't think you're able to make
homeless
this.
help. We need a lot of help for
I was out.
just
Remember what I told you when I was out with the girls? Sorry. Remember what I told you when I was out with the girls and we went to go get the margaritas and that one lady shoved her like phone in the guy's face. So
God.
me and my friends were we were having girls' night, whatever, getting some margaritas, talking, blah 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 blah, and we're sitting in outside seating. It's nighttime. As is usual for this area, there are quite a few homeless people in different situations. And this guy was minding his business. You could clearly tell he was homeless. He's just sitting. He's not bothering anybody. You can tell he's homeless from his deteriorated, like, outward appearance. But he's not asking for money. Yeah. He doesn't look inebriated. He doesn't look anything. He just looks, a little worse for wear.
A little
but
disheveled.
But he's just sitting there. He's just sitting there, like, who knows what he's thinking. He's not bothering anybody. He's just sitting there. And this lady comes out of the restaurant we were in, El Matador, and walks out into this, like, sitting area. And she is clearly inebriated. She's with her husband and some other friends. I'm assuming it's her husband. I don't know. And these other friends, and she beelines to this man and is like saying, like, I couldn't hear, she's like saying all sorts of stuff and being in his face, and then pulls out her camera with the flashlight bright as hell and is like all in his face. And the people with her are doing nothing to stop this. Like, the people with her doing nothing to stop this.
I'm not surprised.
My friend across from me, just kind of shouted at her, like, hey, just leave him alone, like, move along. And, she's just still whatever. And thank God this man did nothing, because had he reacted, the news line would have read, homeless man attacks woman for no apparent reason. And then
That's exactly how it would have said too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wild.
The
leave them alone. Wild.
I'm seeing so many clips on, like, snippets of other shows and stuff like that of this feminist getting absolutely triggered on this podcast. I think it's the Whatever podcast.
Dude, is it the one with the one guy who's always just sitting in the corner? It's like, okay, well, here's actually what happened. Just, like,
I
always
think
in the
so.
corner, like,
He's just like
correcting them.
waiting and just like, well, actually, no, and just goes on. Yeah,
It's
dude,
great.
the attitudes of some people. And here's the thing: these young women, they're all young. They're all super young, like 20s. I don't know where the fuck he finds these people. But probably all these
Sarah
people, like
Lawrence.
Random
some
people.
sort of fucking booth.
Sarah Lawrence.
Some of these people that he finds are just so lost as in how the world works. All these people who are probably young college, that's where he probably finds all the raging feminists. And dude, you just listen to the shit that they're saying, and you're just like, there's zero self-awareness. There is, like, absolutely nothing going on. I see so many clips of people talking about, like, there was a fucking audio of somebody wanting to, getting asked, if you want a man, how much do they make a year? $500,000, $450,000. And then the person's like super shocked. They're like, what? And he's like, yeah, you just gotta, like, you gotta be aware of, the lifestyle you want and stuff like that. I'm like,
Good luck.
like, you
Good
there-
fucking luck.
I hope that, maybe there might have been one diamond in the rough who was just like, I mean, if we could live, I want to find somebody I love, and these people, and it's such a tragedy because these people are gonna be so lost, and
Feminism is dead.
hopefully when they get that epiphany, when they're like, something in me really wants a family, I don't know what the fuck it is, and then by that time they're like 35 or 40 and it's far too late, and they're just cast into a massive depression, and they're like regretting their shitty fucking.
Listen here, Karen.
They're regretting their shitty English degree or something that they have on their wall, and they're like, was it worth it? Oh, also, I was used and abused in college by a bunch of men because I was told it was empowering. Wow.
Don't forget to mention the new, like, honestly, all the power to them. I'm low-key kind of jealous, but also, like, why the, like, girls, the new sugar baby wave, you know? We're gonna pour all our money into making us all look kind of like, it's kind of like Stepfords. Like, they all look the same, do they not? Like, let me pour all this money in so we all look like Stepfords.
And then they say, I'm unique.
But then we all end up with the same man who beats us because he doesn't make any money anyways.
Yeah, it's literally all the same person, all the same guy too. He's just playing them all.
Did you see the one girl though that oh my god, she was on social media. I think I showed it to you, or I texted it to you.
You might have.
They were bashing her because she's a very plain looking woman and she had a harem, because all the power to her, a harem of millionaires. And they were, and the gang of feminist women, which, you know, are all supposed to be, yes, girl, go girl.
Right.
We're all bashing and tearing the shit out of her because she doesn't fit the physical appearance of what they thought
of looking like a bulldog.
Of what they thought that person should look like. Oh my god!
Here's the thing too, and I noticed this firsthand is that like feminists and women are just like the first to just absolutely shit on another woman for being even remotely like successful. Like women who like go on a, like a, you know, like they're like 400 pounds and they go on this weight loss journey and lose like 300 pounds. Immediately shit on by women, saying that she's fat phobic and she's this and she's that, and it's just like women cannot be happy for other women and their success.
Never.
And just like that, this woman has a gaggle of millionaires wanting her, and they're just like, nah, fuck that bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, she got that stink puss.
Look, so I just
Ridiculous.
I clicked on you know, Reddit, because, you know, we want to hear the people's voice on Reddit, right? And the comments are hilarious. You know, somebody posted the picture of her. This is what she looks like, right? She looks like a
basic nerdy,
like you know, she looks like she would be acing all of her classes in college.
She looks very intellectual.
Yeah,
she does look very intellectual, right? And then the comments are all
the glasses, the round face, the braided hair.
The comments are all, she casts spell on them. She's definitely a medieval village witch phenotype. Based on her and the cop who slept with all the men in the department, I gotta say you're probably right. She must have some peak sexual. I'm like, what?
Yeah. It's unfortunate that women tend to shit on other women because it just doesn't make sense at that point. I think one of my favorite things about women shitting on other women is when women shit on other women because of what they believe men would like. And it's amazing because women will be like, "Oh, you don't look pretty enough for a guy," and a guy's just sitting there like, "What do you mean? She's fucking beautiful." And they're like, "No, you got to be skinnier. No, you got to be thicker than that. You got to be wearing this kind of clothes. You got to be wearing this kind of makeup. You got to cover your face and everything." It's like,
someone put Dobie looks like he finally found a pillowcase.
Oh my god! Why are they hating? Why are they hating so much?
I don't understand.
Oh my god! God damn!
Let somebody live their life.
What are some of your guys' best like Reddit things? I'm not a Redditor, so I don't know. Like, what are some funny ones?
I don't really use.
Let's see some random facts that are.
You can just look up a random.
Let's do that.
Like the groups.
Well, that was my phone. Nice. Creepy. Let's see 99 creepy and disturbing facts that'll scare you. Let's see. Refrigerators are magnetic because kids used to die inside them.
What?
Before 1956, refrigerators could only be opened from the outside. Oh, right, because they had those latches.
The doors had latches.
Holy shit!
Oh, was that because kids got trapped inside?
But I don't.
Oh, that makes sense.
But I don't know what that has to do with them being magnetic.
Because now it's like you can, if you're on the inside, you can just push the door.
Right, but
open.
I could also make a refrigerator that's also magnetic and also has a latch.
What? 1 second.
She's famous now. I I just clicked on her. And she's
Oh,
her name-
she's famous. Nice.
Yeah, her name is Caroline Ellison, in case anybody's interested. Probably not. I want to see her face.
Maybe. Studies suggest your brain doesn't necessarily stop its activity the moment you are clinically dead. You might literally hear yourself declared dead. Up to 30 minutes of brain activity was recorded in one patient.
30 or 3?
30, half an hour of brain activity was detected.
Well, isn't there, how long isn't it, like they say, after you're decapitated?
They said it was like 7 seconds. So I would believe
You could
and
get full
figure
recognition looking around and doing
that
stuff
was
within that time.
yeah, that was 7 seconds that you had of feeling the most incredible pain you've ever felt in your life.
Oh yeah,
until you died. But I saw a recent
feel
article.
like-
I didn't
I
bother
feel like
clicking on.
7
Lily, number 4. In fact, it's been hypothesized that there may be a few seconds of awareness after someone is decapitated. It's literally the next thing. Liberia.
Oh, I just got
Random
my
missed
phone
call.
just rang, and
It's from
was
Liberia.
From Liberia.
Yeah,
And I
your
don't-
package failed to deliver.
I don't know anybody from Liberia.
Lily, the next fact, and it's been hypothesized that there may be a few seconds of awareness after someone is decapitated, as studied in rats. Wow.
I mean, I'm not surprised.
That's pretty interesting. The last execution by guillotine was in 1977.
Unfortunately,
That's pretty crazy. Wow.
some people need that.
Yeah, oh my god. Jesus, all these Roman things. We've explored about 5%
How
of
often
the
do
ocean
you think of the Roman Empire?
every day.
Do you actually? I want to know this.
No.
Okay,
Honestly,
what's
no.
your Roman Empire? Because, they say, like, everybody
What do you
has
think about
one.
every day?
What's, like, your thing that you think about randomly? all day?
Space.
That makes sense for you.
Yeah,
I honestly thought you were
fits
gonna
for me.
say like music or like you're
No,
composing stuff.
music comes in like very heat flashes. Like that one song I did was a feverish week long project. And then it'll probably be like another month before I write another thing. If you get bitten by a human, you'll absolutely have to go to the hospital right away because the amount of deadly bacteria in any given person's mouth could actually kill you if it enters your bloodstream. Yeah.
The TikTok you sent me.
Here's a medical bit of things. First aid. If you are bitten by a human and they break the skin, go to the ER because that is absolutely 100% true. It is actually more dangerous to be bitten by a human than a dog.
Very filthy.
If you can substitute 65 grams of blood for an egg if you're baking something. The study found this used pig's blood, but it stands to reason any blood could work. Okay.
I'm believing this is a woman going to pick up her child from the daycare, but she walks in and she finds this sign being on the door.
Exposure to Campylobacter dysentery on January 30th, 2024.
So there was a
On a daycare?
Yeah, it
at
was
a daycare.
at a daycare. This lady goes to pick up
my
her child,
God.
and there's an outbreak of dysentery at the daycare.
Holy shit.
And I would like you to know, as someone who works at a daycare, what they don't post those signs when one person gets it. There has to be multiple, and by multiple I mean at least 5.
That's terrible, and
Because
dysentery is
when RSV goes around,
absolutely
they don't
deadly.
post it until we had like 3, 4, 5. When we had hand, foot, mouth going around, they don't post it when one person gets it. You have to have at least 3 or 4 because you have to establish that it's being spread at that location, not from home.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which makes kind of sense because you don't want to spread hysteria. So,
Yeah.
and panic. The sun will
But
die
dysentery.
in about 4 billion years. And since it will get brighter with time, in about 1 billion years, it will be hot enough to vaporize the water on our planet and make it uninhabitable.
We'll be dead
Lovely.
by then.
Yeah, we'll be
Yeah, folks,
I
there's
hope so.
kind of a misconception. Every star doesn't die with a supernova. That's a common misconception that people have. There are only super massive stars, stars that are 1 million times or are the size of our sun.
Our star
That only-
is surprisingly small.
It is ridiculously small as compared to other stars out there. Betelgeuse is a similar star in the grand scheme of things, but it's much later in its lifetime. So
She's trying her best.
she's trying her damnedest, and she's expected actually to explode in some relatively short amount of time. Whether or not we're going to see that, probably not. But the supernova from that would actually be visible to the naked eye in our night sky and day sky. It would be very, very cool.
And then the world would end because we would spiral out of control with our vicinity.
Yeah, everyone would just be staring at it and doing nothing else. And our universe could be wiped out anytime by a wandering black hole, nearby supernova, vacuum decay, and whatever. Yeah, the fungus cordyceps can essentially mind control small bugs like ants, beetles, butterflies, and wasps.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Well,
cordyceps.
Okay, this is one of those weird things because I have, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, right? But simple evolution, okay. But simple evolution shows me that if something can evolve, something will evolve at some point. So, in theory, I don't see it being.
So, yeah.
So in theory, Marcus is a conspiracy theorist.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Is waiting for the zombie apocalypse.
Listen, if a zombie apocalypse happens, I'm ready.
So
I got the best friends for this.
Interesting thing about cordyceps is it obviously changes the behavior of the insect, but it just makes the insect climb to a higher altitude. So if the zombie apocalypse were to break out, probably the most chillest zombie outbreak of cordyceps amongst humans, because everyone would just go to a skyscraper and just stand on the roof. But no, cordyceps has been sort of the moment that the internet found about cordyceps, everyone got immediately very, very, very scared and thought that it could control humans.
It obviously can't survive.
The thing about it is, one, our body temperature is too high for cordyceps to survive and do its thing. And cordyceps has actually made interspecies jumps before, but that was to other insects. And our immune system is far more complicated than that of insects as well.
Yeah, I don't think there's any recorded cases of it affecting it.
But here's the thing. I'm never saying it's gonna not happen because obviously there's still a chance of evolution happening, something mutating, because obviously it's very, very, very small. And most likely will never happen.
When we first saw this, we discussed this already.
You guys had
it
gone
most likely
on a
will
cruise,
never
right?
happen.
You guys got on a cruise recently.
Yes.
It is the odds are quite, would you say good in this situation? Are likely that old person died on the cruise and was hidden in the morgue.
We had somebody there was an injury that happened and somebody got taken down to the thing.
Well, there you go.
We don't know if they died.
Yeah, so apparently it's very common for old people just to croak on a cruise. I mean, imagine being in the middle of Gulf of Mexico and you're like, yep, this is fine. And just gone.
All you got to do, go to the top deck, get as many pina coladas as you can, and just
this next one's not very much of a surprise. Guess what? They also have jails. Yeah, kind of figured. It's a fucking cruise.
You're going through international
especially
waters
if it's
and all
a
that.
booze cruise.
Well, we talked to somebody about how you get into the cruise jail, and it's actually surprisingly not that hard to get into cruise jail.
Yeah, do something wrong.
Yeah, if you jump off the cruise ship, you go to cruise jail.
The bubonic plague is still a thing.
Yes.
Let's see. The leading cause of death of pregnant women in the United States is murder. In fact, they're twice as likely to die from murder than from complications arising from their pregnancies.
Why do you think that is?
God, they're just so fucking annoying.
Says the guy with two children.
As a father of two, right? No. That's a very, very interesting one.
Eve,
what a shame.
hide.
What a shame.
Don't get pregnant again, Eve.
It's a shame. Let's see, where are we next? A child under the age of 15 dies every 5 seconds around the world, most likely from federal causes. Big sad. We lose 25,000 people a day to hunger, including 10,000 children. That's terrible. Let's see. Babies used to be operated on without anesthesia because doctors believed they couldn't feel pain. Like up until 1980s.
That is so sad.
Oof.
But that kind of brings me back to, do you remember when we were talking about the oh my god, what's the name of the project? It's like the home ec classes in colleges used to rent out babies from orphanages.
Oh my god.
And instead of using, those weird dolls that they give you, no, it was like in the 50s and 60s, they, instead of like using those dolls they use now, they would take babies from orphanages and just give them to college classes. And the assignment was keep this actual human baby alive and experience life.
The biggest fucking tease. And also, you don't know what that person's going to do. You could just be handing a fucking kid to a goddamn pedo. Like,
no,
what the
look
fuck?
it up. It was like hundreds of babies.
There would be more mummies from ancient Egypt if the Victorian people stopped eating them.
Oh yeah, I remember that. They thought it made them young.
Yeah.
Crazy. The shit they believed.
I mean, look at the stuff that we have nowadays and talk to somebody who's, 80 something years old and be like, some of the shit we have is crazy compared to what they used to have.
You can have a unruptured brain aneurysm right now and not be aware of it, and it could rupture at any time. You're welcome. You generate about 7 or 8 cancerous cells every single day, but your immune system kills them.
That makes sense.
It's rare, but cracking / popping your neck apparently can cause you to have a stroke. As he just does. Dude, that's great. Yeah, there's still no effective treatment for rabies once the virus has taken hold. The mortality rate is about 99.9%. And the moment that you start seeing symptoms is...
It's already too late.
It's far too late.
Which is crazy to me because we've known about rabies for so long.
Yeah.
But it's such a complicated thing to try and do anything about.
Did you know that male chickens of layer hens don't grow up to produce good chicken meat? Because they can't be raised for slaughter or lay eggs, day-old male chicks are often shredded alive or suffocated.
I did know that.
Yep.
Bestiality is actually...
chickens...
Bestiality is actually legal in 4 states. I want you to guess the states.
I don't want to know. Please.
Florida, Mississippi, New Mexico, and let's say Utah.
You got 1 state.
Damn.
New Mexico.
Wait, what?
West Virginia. Mountain Mama. Hawaii.
Disgusting.
And Wyoming.
What the fuck?
Yeah. That's crazy. Apparently 50...
I would expect at least Florida.
56% of pilots...
we are not degenerates like that. We're just crazy.
56% of pilots
Most of them
have admitted to falling asleep in the cockpit.
It's on autopilot.
It's on autopilot.
Yeah,
95%.
nowadays that's not really
When
that
you're
big
at
of a deal.
cruise,
No.
what the fuck else are you going to do? Look at the same patch of sky? Let the fucking pilot sleep too. Come on.
13 hours.
Okay, hang on. Even worse though, of those 56%, 29% woke up to find the other pilot asleep. So that's kind of a little bit of a problem.
That's...
like
I mean,
ATC's
if something happens, they're gonna wake up. It shakes.
Yeah, like if another airplane hits you, yeah, you're gonna wake up for sure.
Oh, well,
there's an 80% chance your
Here's the
toothbrush has fecal matter on it, even if it's stored in a closed container.
yeah.
Even toothbrushes stored outside the bathroom may be contaminated with fecal matter.
We make our peace with it. It's fine.
I mean, honestly, everything probably has fecal matter on it.
Mhm.
If you smell it, it's in your nose now.
Exactly.
How many times
In
have I ripped
fact,
ass
and
in
the
the bedroom?
next thing apparently is, in fact, fecal matter is on pretty much everything, especially the sponges you use to clean your dishes. Thank God for immune systems.
Woo.
Let's see. Most ground coffee likely contains cockroaches.
I also knew that.
In fact,
I
the
know that
FDA standards allow coffee beans to contain up to 10% insect filth and insects.
Oh yeah, the FDA does not give a shit about Americans. We're
I mean,
all gonna
truly,
die.
like, what is it? It's protein. You know, it's processed. But what I don't want is insect bits in my trail mix where it's not cooked.
There's insects in your rice. There's insects
everywhere.
You wanna know something?
Like rice
everywhere.
weevils. Oh.
Hey,
Yeah.
you guess what the best protein powder is?
Cricket.
Cricket.
Yeah. Cricket.
Which is actually not bad.
If you eat crickets, you're not allowed back in my home.
No, protein powder. It's literally like like you wouldn't even know. And I'm not eating
if
it.
you're eating cricket powder,
You
I
can
will
check.
kick you
I
out.
have whey protein. I don't. No. I'm not sitting here
so
with a cricket.
watch out. Watch
don't
out
eat
for
those
any tickle-like feelings around your butthole. It could be pinworms. You're welcome. Watch out for tapeworms too. They can live inside your body for 30 years, and many people don't have symptoms. They can grow to over 80 feet long.
Oof.
I love that.
I mean, hey,
hate
you lose
that.
weight, though.
Love that. Oh,
No,
well.
you only notice you have them when they shed segments, and then you poop the segments. Yeah.
Let's see. What else do we got? What other fun ones do we have? No. Some of these are just like, they're not really uninteresting. Let's see. Anything else?
I like how the podcast went from
pleasure squads of.
debates
Oh my
to
god. Okay. There have been reports of Kim Jong Un and his supporters that have pleasure squads of women. Some as young as the age of 13. It's also been reported that their schools recommend them for the honor.
Oh.
Wow. That is a communist country. Let's see. Remember Ducky in The Land Before Time?
Oh, I know
Heard
that one.
the girl was murdered by her father.
The beloved Dinah was voiced by child actor Judith Eva Barcy, who has also appeared on shows like Growing Pains and in the movies like Jaws, The Revenge. She was murdered by her father. So sad.
Did he?
Also killed
I don't
mom.
remember. Does
Yeah,
he
she
go to
was-
jail or did he?
He
kill
also
himself?
killed his wife and himself.
Yeah.
One of the worst things that can happen to you medically, though extremely, is locked in syndrome. Basically, you are completely there mentally, but you can't move anything but your eyes. If it's not properly diagnosed, doctors and your family may think that you're brain dead.
Well, I'm glad that they typically look at your eyes now.
Did you
Well,
see the-
I'd imagine that means that you. Yeah. Oh, baby, give it to me. There was an epidemic. Yeah, that's fine. There is no cure for tinnitus.
Give it to me.
There is no cure for tinnitus, and it's very easy to get. It is when a
what?
person hears constant noise
Tinnitus?
24/7.
tinnitus?
It's both. Eat my ass.
I was like, the way you said it is
Most. Apparently, most pelvic exams done on young women are completely unnecessary. Many are performed on girls as young as 15, even though they're not being recommended.
Can certify.
So if you are, for my book, it would be a female doctor to assist you with that stuff. Or that's why you have like patrons in there. I would honestly have the system where you have another doctor in there, if for any of those kind of things, to be like, why did you do this? Oh, you're just being a creep. I'm reporting you.
Can also certify
Yeah.
that they don't care when you say you are not sexually active, and they're like, okay, we're still gonna perform this unnecessary exam.
No, you definitely need a pap smear.
Mhm.
You're just like, what? There are a number of lost nuclear weapons
I'm not surprised by that.
in various seas around the world, some of which are too dangerous to attempt to recover. In fact, there have been 32 nuclear weapon accidents, and at least 6 of those weapons were never recovered. I don't think they're in danger anytime soon. They're like probably hundreds and hundreds of meters deep. So I don't think I don't think the Taliban is going to go down there in their little scuba.
I really hope they do.
You know, scuba diving and
I think that would be
climb it out,
hilarious
yeah.
to watch. Live stream it, please.
Um,
Make sure to make a good. What's the company that did the submarine for the Titanic? Have them contract them.
Oh, James Cameron. The U.S. president at any given time has absolute authority to launch nuclear weapons. That's kind of terrifying. Ever wondered what happens when someone dies on an airplane?
They finished the flight.
They put them in the. They either put them in the back, or sometimes they put them in the bathroom. And just close.
Yep, they usually just leave them in their seat, or they move them to the back if there's room. Can you fucking imagine if you're like, you bought the cheapest ticket, you're in the back, you're the last boarding group, you're all the way in the back of the fucking plane, and you're like, oh my god, I'm so fucking blessed. I have an entire row to myself. I have a window seat. Everything's great. And some stewardess comes by and she's like, so, and you're like, oh, no. I don't need any more peanuts. I'm good. I don't need any more drinks. And she's like, yeah, no.
We have an open seat.
So some retiree just croaked and we need to put him somewhere. And policy says, and you're like flying like Southwest or something. And they're like, we have to sit him in your lap.
Definitely on Spirit.
Because you're in
definitely a Spirit airline.
Spirit
yeah.
or Southern or Southwest. And they're just like, yeah, so it's either A, we put him on your lap or the seat next to you. I'm sorry. And you're just like, can I at least take his seat that he was in? That's how it would go in my head. Crazy.
I've also heard they put them in the bathroom and just close it and say this one's out of.
Yeah. Oh my god. What if it's like one of those small ones where there's only like 2?
I can only imagine them going to open up and he just falls out.
Oh Lord, let's do the craziest
Rigor
facts.
Mortis has already said it.
He's just a stiff board. You can't even buckle him in. Turbulence. Now he's in your lap.
He's like
oh
rattling
my god.
in the bathroom.
Jeez, can you imagine?
We're awful humans for talking
So
about this.
terrible, but it's fine. It's great. It's good. It's good. Let's look at some like crazy facts. I want to be blown away and just like absolutely just.
Yeah, but you know
I
somebody random
I did.
things,
I
so
did
you-
prove that in the Jackbox trivia thing. Both games we played, I decimated. You typically only breathe out of one nostril at a time. That is probably one of my
I
least
absolutely hate
favorite
that.
facts of
Yeah,
life.
I hate it. I absolutely fucking hate it.
And probably one of the biggest. It's just the most annoying thing. Right now, it's my right. I hate that so much. Vegetables don't really exist. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate to tell you this, folks.
Well, I don't know. That one guy over in the
according-
wheelchair, he's...
Yeah, Stephen Hawking, yeah, fucker could walk the entire time. He just was lazy and wanted to zoom around and talk like a robot. No, like if you're... So, botanically, so like in botany, there is no such thing as a vegetable. You know, everything's either a tuber or like, you know, a flowering body or something like that. Very neat. More people drown in fresh water than in salt water. I mean,
Buoyancy.
sure.
Yeah.
Your brain...
Easier to swim in salt water.
Yeah, apparently, so let's read it. Staggering 90% of drownings take place in swimming pools, bathtubs, and rivers, not only because of circumstances, but also because the way the different types of water affect the human body in potentially fatal situations. So yeah, they're probably pointing at buoyancy. Your brain uses up about 20% of your body's blood and oxygen. That's kind of crazy. That's wild.
Yeah,
so
that's actually quite a bit.
No, that makes sense though, because
Yeah.
you know we're just
No, very energy
this is all
intensive.
just like the machinery
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
uphold this.
You need a lot of resources to keep that.
Remember, you're
that-
only a brain inside of a skeleton.
You need a lot of
operating
energy.
a meat.
Yeah, you need a lot of energy to keep that meat machine in your noggin working, you know.
What do you mean? No, your meat machine isn't in the noggin. You are the meat machine in the noggin. You're just operating
Let's
the meat
see.
machine. You're moving.
Figs aren't considered vegan because they have dead wasps inside them.
Yeah, I hate that so much.
I
used to
think-
like figs.
I think there's I don't know if that's entirely true because we have figs out front. That tree is a fig tree. I've cut many open, never seen a wasp. Maybe they're too small. They're delicious.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that because I love
Figs are good. Figs are good, but the FDA says 10% of that can be cockroach asshole. So
I didn't hear that.
Yeah. So David Bowie launched an internet provider in the late 1990s. Did you guys see? I was watching Family Guy on the note of David Bowie, but there was a song that David Bowie and Mick Jagger had released, and Family Guy called it the gayest music video in the world. I can't remember the song. I think it was like Dance or something. It was something so, and the music video was them getting this close to each other's face and like practically almost kissing, but not. It was super intense, very homoerotic situation experience for me. Yeah, that's wild. The longest one syllable word in the English
Dancing.
language. Yes, Dancing in the Streets. Yeah, that music video is very spicy. Very erotic. The longest one syllable words in the English language all start with the letter S. So things like scraunched, strengthed, or the longest monosyllabic words in the English language, screech, scrounge, squelch, straits, and strengths, come in second place with 9 letters each. Interesting.
Thank you, Dr. Seuss.
Ancient Greeks and Romans didn't have a number for 0. Okay, so they just skipped over it when it came to numbers, apparently. Apparently, Aristotle said that they have dismissed the number because you couldn't divide it and get a reasonable answer. What a Greek way of saying you can't divide by 0. Caesar salad was invented in Mexico. Hey, we had this on the trivia. By
did.
an Italian-American man. So that's very interesting. Italian-American man in Mexico creates Caesar salad. So I guess it could be Italian.
Interesting.
What was Miss Piggy's original name? Piggy Lee.
Piggy Lee.
Miss Piggy's so much better.
Yes.
Piggy Lee. Nobody knows how to open the entire vault at Fort Knox.
Okay.
Okay. You can tell the temperature by counting a cricket's chirps.
Huh?
Apparently, the frequency of cricket chirps If you count how many times a cricket chirps in 15 seconds and then add a 37, you'll get a number that is pretty close approximation to the current temperature in degrees Fahrenheit.
When it's like 100 degrees,
I
you're just out here.
70 times
Fucking going.
about 70 times in 15 seconds. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Just
really.
a constant.
So, children of identical twins are genetically siblings, not cousins. Nice. Yeah, that makes sense. The Goodyear blimp is the official bird of Redondo Beach, California. That's great. The entire holiday dedicated what would happen if cats and dogs had opposable thumbs.
What?
Sorry. There's an entire holiday dedicated to what would happen if cats and dogs had opposable thumbs. It's apparently March 3rd, which is what if cats and dogs had opposable thumbs day. They would beat the living shit out of people. They would open the fridge, they would make themselves a sandwich, and then look at you like, you want some? You want some? No. And then like eat it themselves. Like all the thousands of times that you did that to them.
Absolutely.
Costco sells enough toilet paper per year to wrap around the world 1,200 times.
I'm not surprised.
That's a lot of fucking boggle
Although,
right there.
I'll be
Jesus.
honest, I don't like Costco toilet paper.
Well, don't shit.
We just use other toilet paper.
Nomophobia is the fear of not having a mobile phone.
Oh
Wow.
my God.
That's where we're at now.
Nomophobia.
Ladybloods.
As opposed to Lady Crips.
Lady Crips. They really changed the colors. You blue ladybugs.
Oh, God.
Ladybugs defend themselves by bleeding from their knees.
What?
Hey, you know what? If I saw some motherfucker start bleeding from their knees, I think I would back up. Yeah. Yeah, that
My knees
the lady blood and lady crip war. The tiniest snail ever discovered could fit through a needle's eye 10 times. I think that's what a weird way of phrasing that.
Mhm.
Like it just went back and forth 10 times. It's like, yeah, that wouldn't change. Like, of course. What?
That's also subjective. I have needles with big eyes.
That's true.
Little
Like, watch it be
eyes.
like a knitting needle. Like, come on now. Bamboo grows so fast, it's measured in miles per hour.
No, it's
Did you ever
not.
hear? I don't know if this is confirmed. I saw it on MythBusters, but I don't.
Okay, so this is bullshit. Hang on, I have to because you're right. It shouldn't be. In fact, it's the fastest growing plant on the planet, capable of shooting up 35 inches each day, which is fucking crazy. And then they at a rate of 0.00002 miles per hour. So what you're saying is it shouldn't. It's not measured in miles per hour. You know who does that? A fucking crazy person. Oh yes, 0.00002 miles per hour, and you just go like, I'm gonna start bleeding from my knees, man. You better back the fuck up. You fucking crazy
So,
person.
I don't know if you knew this. I saw this on MythBusters, and I want to know if it's true or not. I should actually look that up. But apparently, there's a torture method. Have you seen that with bamboo?
Oh yeah,
Where they would lay people down and they'd
fucked.
let this bamboo go
Yeah.
straight up into like their back or their stomach.
Absolutely right. Yep,
That's
it was a
crazy.
torture method in Asia. Oh yeah, it's fucked.
They would tie somebody down like above bamboo, and as the bamboo would grow, it would just start growing into their
growing
body.
through them, yeah, because the top of a bamboo shoot is sharp, and it would just
Like a
go
point.
right through.
That's wild.
Or if
Torture
it wasn't sharp,
methods were
they would.
wild.
Oh yeah, like scaphism. Oh my god.
The craziest one that would drive people insane was the one where it's like the
Oh, the Chinese
dripping.
water drop torture. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Which
The last
would end up pouring through their head.
The Last Supper originally showed Jesus' feet.
Oh.
The painting, but they were
feet
cut
from
off to make a doorway.
No, they cut the shit off because I said
It was
That's
really
too
creepy.
many people
getting
Super
hard
creepy.
in this place.
Yeah, and they put shoes on all the other people because they knew it was coming in 2024.
there's no way that some of these kinks are like born of the century. Like at some point, like
well, I mean, look
you
at
know,
1800s, where like a woman showing her ankle was enough to get a man like riled up.
Are my
Oh.
elbows turning you on right now?
The lady showeth her. I'm not sure why they're saying, "Oh, she showed her ankle, the skank." It's like, oh, you common Jezebel. She's like walking down the road. It's like you're just a common tramp.
Her hat's showing her forehead.
Trollop you.
Look at her. The top half of her neck is showing. Where's your turtleneck, bitch?
Trollop.
The world's smallest McDonald's was designed for bees.
What?
That's my fucking question. What?
They're just serving sweet tea.
So get this. So unfortunately for hungry humans, there are no Big Macs or McNuggets available at the smallest McDonald's restaurant in the world. For bees, though, there is plenty of honey. The mini eating establishment was built in Sweden. Of course, it's the Swiss. Of
That
course.
makes sense.
As part of the company efforts to restore the bee population. How sweet. The hive, or rather McHive, they had to, can not only house thousands of bees, but it's also shaped like a smaller version of the fast food joint, tiny golden arches and all. Wow. The Swiss are like, you know what we need? We need the McHive. That's my Swiss accent.
Not accurate.
Kangaroo words are words that contain their own synonyms. So blossom contains the word bloom. If you remove fucking letters.
Yeah, I'm like, what?
I was like, wait a second.
Stupid.
It doesn't have. Wait.
So the longest feather boa. I fucking hate those things, by the way.
Feather boas?
I hate feather boas.
They remind me of like a drama buckets in like elementary school,
God,
you know?
Yeah. Well, the longest one ever was nearly
feather boa is.
They're like the
Feather scarves.
strings of feather. Yeah, feather scarves is the best way to put it. Well, the longest one ever was apparently 4 times the height of the Empire State Building.
Who the fuck was wrapping that around their neck?
So what happened was the factory malfunctioned and it wasn't cutting the boas, and so they just ended up with a giant pile. Like, what?
Somebody call the records management.
But during 2019's Pride celebration in New York City, Madame Tussauds New York and Ripley's Believe It or Not, Times Square set a Guinness World Record for the longest feather boa ever, stretching 1.2 miles. At that length, the boa was nearly 4 times the height of the Empire State Building. Drag queen Shangela. What kind of fucking World of Warcraft shit is this?
Shangela.
That is Shangela?
Shangela.
Okay. Shangela. Destroyer of worlds. Wow. That's
Wearer of feather
crazy.
boa.
And I'm surprised it didn't. I'm assuming it broke or something. It had to have. Those things are shitty. The inventor of the Pringles can is buried in one. Frederick Bauer was apparently so proud of his invention that he was apparently cremated and put into a Pringles can.
What is with inventors doing weird stuff like this? Wasn't there the guy with the frisbee wanted to be turned into a frisbee when he died?
Probably, and then thrown into the fucking ocean so it can choke a dolphin. Bubble wrap was originally intended to be wallpaper. Wow, did not know that.
Really?
Yeah, I did not know that. It was.
Don't act like this. We learned this on the cruise.
It was invented in 1957.
Oh, we did.
It was invented in 1957. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Humans are the only animals with chins.
What?
I guess by chin they mean a protrusion of bone to make the chin, but then again, that's just part of
primates?
your jaw. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what about...
That can't be
Oh,
accurate.
hold on. If you're looking across all of the... Let me read. If you're looking across all of the hominids, which is the family tree that after the split of chimpanzees, there aren't really that many traits that we can say are exclusively human. The only thing that really sticks out is the chin.
But they chin.
I guess they don't, because it's rather just part of the lip. You know what I mean? Because we have a distinction between lip and the lower part of our jaw, where it's just mouth and lip. It takes nearly 2 days for a human body to discharge a Lego from their body.
Like, digestively?
Yeah. So it takes 2 days for you to shit out a Lego, if you ever wanted to know. I wonder if it changes
go eat
color.
some Taco Bell and make that a couple hours.
Let's speed run this shit. Let's see. Three Musketeers bars once came in 3 flavors. What?
Yeah.
That's cool. But they became too expensive to produce. Oh, fuckers. The U.S.
They had
Navy uses
midnight
Xbox
one.
360
I
controllers.
don't know if that's the same one. But
What?
Three Musketeers used to come in different flavors, but I know there was the midnight one, which is like a dark chocolate one, and then there was the normal one, and then I think there was, I don't remember, I think it was caramel. Or was it?
It was just the midnight one and the
No, there was 3. Now they only make
That's
the normal
magical.
one. What's magical?
There's an ant that only lives in a 14-block section of New York City and nowhere else on Earth.
Oh.
So New York City has its exclusive species of ant, and it only lives in a 14-block section.
Where's that?
That's pretty neat. Sorry, it's also named the Manhattan ant. It's only similar to regular cornfield ant, but can't be matched to any other ant species. Wow, that's magical. That's so cool. Congrats, New York. Not only do you have rats the size of small dogs, but now you also have your own species. Life is evolving in New York, and I don't think it's for the best.
No.
They're just
I don't know,
scathing.
New York rats are kind of on another level.
Dude, they're like...
You're going to start seeing the rat stores
They
pop up,
start
and they're just going to start
one-
being, you're going to be like, what you selling? Rat steaks.
What? You walk into a bodega and there's just like you walk into a bodega.
Philly rat steak.
You walk into a bodega and the guy has hired rats to work behind the counter and restock the shelves.
Dude, they're intelligent. Like these
They're
rats
smart.
are
Dude,
smart.
it's literally only a matter of time before, because they're already able to like steal pizzas and shit. It's only a matter of time before they can start stealing kids. Okay, let's just be clear.
Oh my god!
Hey, where'd little Jimmy go?
Wasn't there? No, there was a thing like back in the day, where like in the 50s and stuff, where like they were scared that rats would go into cradles and steal children.
I'm not surprised. I'm not.
Roller coasters were invented to distract Americans from sin. In the 1880s,
Oh no, Mickey Mouse.
This is from Reader's Digest, by the way. Lamarcus Thompson hated that Americans were tempted by hedonistic places like saloons and brothels, so he set out to straighten up one of the most immoral places he could think of, Coney Island in New York. There he built America's first roller coaster to give New Yorkers some good, clean fun away from the seedier pastimes. That's like the guy, is it Kellogg's or Quaker Oats, who made like cornflakes, or cornflakes was thought to make men abstain from masturbation. Because there's nothing more depressing than bland cornflakes to put you out of the mood. If you guys find any other ones, please let me know.
Did you know bananas are radioactive?
Yeah, potassium 14, right?
Isn't it like, what was it, 14,000 bananas? You
Will
can
kill.
die.
Yeah.
Die of radiation poisoning.
It's the radiation that'll kill you.
Did you know the human stomach can dissolve razor blades?
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Ice pops were invented by an 11-year-old by accident. Is that really remarkable? Like, you put something in the freezer and like, hey, this juice is frozen. Let me still eat it. Sloths can hold their breath longer than dolphins.
Did you know that humans have inherited 145 genes from them?
Okay.
Did you know that humans have inherited 145 genes from bacteria?
That's actually kind of crazy. That's actually a really good fact.
Mm-hmm.
Points to Angie. We're starting to do points now.
So we're starting points now. Damn.
If you find me a fact that I like, I'm going to give you points. So 1 point for Angie.
Thank you.
Well done.
Did you know there's no flavor in food without saliva? So if you had no saliva,
Yeah,
you would taste nothing.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that because there's nothing to carry the chemicals or the
I mean, that would make
molecules
sense.
for flavor. Fruit Loops are all the same flavor.
That's false.
Yeah.
I refuse to believe that.
It's all
No,
the same
it is
flavor.
completely-
I know somebody. She's quite dear. She's quite funny. Great hoot and a holler. But she is convinced that the mystery flavor of Airheads is its own flavor, instead of just a random flavor without the coloring, which is what it is.
Right.
Yeah. Can you imagine how awfully gross that would be though if Fruit Loops were like all different flavors and like there's just this gaggle fuck of.
But think about Skittles. Skittles are all their own flavor. When
Skittles
you pop
are
them in your
also
mouth.
gross.
Oh,
What?
Skittles aren't great.
I love Skittles.
your DNA is fireproof.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
I can't wait to smear my walls with it. Supermarket apples can be a year old. That's not really remarkable. Some fruits and stuff have very good shelf lives. Especially like tomatoes. Tomatoes at the supermarket are actually picked when they're green and they ripen in transit or in storage. Yeah.
A cloud can weigh 1,000,000 pounds.
Yep, that's a good one. Let's see what else we have. People used to say prunes instead of cheese when having their picture taken. Prunes.
Why do we say food? What?
I don't know. I guess cheese because your original like cheese. Cheese.
Okay, that one makes sense.
But also, who the fuck is saying cheese and their face goes like into a smile like that? Cheese. You see how there was like no movement there? Cheese.
Cheese.
I can still say cheese and still look like a sociopath.
Cheese.
Cheese. Do I still look like I want to murder you? Do I look friendly? Crazy, right?
There were roughly 2.5 billion T-Rexes on Earth, but not all.
Where the fuck are your facts, Marcus?
I don't even know what the fuck you guys are looking up.
In the Philippines, McDonald's serves spaghetti.
I saw that. I saw that on a TikTok.
I don't think I would ever want spaghetti from McDonald's.
I want to try it.
Maybe, but like you see their fish fillet.
No.
Fillet of fish.
Oh, then your space science would know this, but it is impossible for you to burp in space. When you burp on Earth, gravity keeps down the solids and liquids from the food you just ate, so only the gas escapes from your mouth. In the absence of gravity, the gas cannot separate from the liquids and solids, so burping essentially turns into puking.
Wow. That's another point.
I win.
Another point. Adolf Hitler was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah.
German chocolate cake was invented in Texas.
Love it. Very nice.
Researchers have figured out.
That's a good point.
Researchers have figured out how to transform plastic bottles into vanilla flavoring with genetically engineered bacteria.
Yummy. Lobsters taste with their feet.
What?
Lobsters taste with their feet.
Gross.
Can you fucking imagine the fucking horribleness of stepping in dog shit and then just like imagine like walking to park and someone didn't do their responsibility of picking up their dog shit and you're walking and and you start fucking vomiting and somebody's like, what happened? Stepping dog shit. Oh,
that's weird.
About half of your current body is bacteria. Experts estimate that the human body consists of 39 trillion bacteria and 30 trillion human cells.
Yeah.
You want to know something interesting?
I hope.
Sorry, this isn't like amazing, but this is weird.
Yeah.
The brand name Spam is actually a combination of spice and ham, which I didn't fucking think about.
Didn't know. That's a point. That's good. 2 points, 2 and 2. That's good. That's actually crazy. I did not even know that was a thing.
Did you know that bats are naturally immune to coronavirus?
Yeah, they're fucking carriers of the.
No, it says bats don't get sick from most viruses.
Don't start this subject.
Bats can, of course, contract and spread the viruses, but according to research founded by the European Commission, they also have plenty of genes responsible for antiviral activity, keeping them out of harm's way. The one exception to this is rabies.
Oh, good. Oh, scary thing about rabies in bats, though, is some bats have super fine teeth, and so you won't even know that they bit you, but they've already given you rabies. So if you're going camping and you know there's bats around, you should go get a rabies shot.
Angie, just lemons, the yellow one, float, but limes sink.
Correct. So limes float and lemons sink.
I think there's some inside.
Hey, you want to
things.
go grab one of those Doritos real quick that are in the fridge that says lime and it's green?
Honestly,
So this
a Dorito
just
sounds
goes, I don't know if people
amazing.
know this, but in Spanish, the green one is a lemon and the yellow one is a lime. So we have
Interesting.
This, we have
Limon.
We're in America, so
Limon. Before toilet paper was invented, Americans used to use corn cobs. Okay,
I heard
first off, low key sounds like it slaps.
It's got your asshole.
Like, dude, honestly, like you probably never been cleaner. And what, you smell like corn? Like that's not bad.
I mean, yeah, that's not bad.
Like, also, if you want to have some fun, oops.
Oh, wild. Where's more
Oops.
done?
I know, right?
Beer is twice as fizzy as champagne. Beer is twice as fizzy as champagne.
Yeah.
That makes sense because you can get ahead with beer,
Think of every
and then champagne
US
is
state.
not very heady.
Think of every U.S. state.
Okay.
Now, think of all the letters in all the states.
Okay.
The only letter not to be in it is a Q.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make sense because I feel like a Q is a very usable word. The letter.
Only in Quebec.
Yeah. I don't like.
Q's are for Canada.
Those fucking Canadians.
Fucking Canadians can keep all the Q's with their queens and shit.
Let's
There's no queen
see.
in
Queen Elizabeth II had a stand-in to make sure the sun wouldn't get in her eyes.
Canada. Lovely.
Can you be more royal?
No.
Oh dear, the sun's in my eyes. You, stand-in, come stand here and let the people see you from afar. I can't be bothered with the sun. I want to go sit down and have a drink.
Talking about weather, Scotland has 421 words for snow.
Scotland.
Scotland.
There are more trees on the planet than there are stars in the solar system. According to experts from NASA, there are up to 400 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy.
Okay, so
But the number of
It's all
trees on
estimates,
Earth
though.
is estimated to be more than
sorry.
3 trillion.
When you first said it, you said there are more trees on Earth than there are stars in the solar system. And I was like, yeah, there's one star in the solar system.
It's literally the headline,
oh
though.
my God. Oh, great. Shadows are darker on the moon.
Interesting.
You're welcome. The Statue of Liberty used to be a lighthouse, which makes
Well,
sense.
I mean,
It's
shadows would be
it's a
darker on the
harbor.
moon because there's not as much atmosphere. It
Exactly.
doesn't-
No ambient occlusion.
There is one letter that does not exist in the periodic table.
Peanuts aren't nuts.
There is one letter that does not exist on the periodic table.
Take a guess. I'll let you think.
Let us see. Is it? No, because when I say a letter, I immediately think of the element that has.
I
it.
know, that's what I'm doing.
Z. No, zirconium. Let's see.
V?
Y. Yttrium. V. No. V.
No.
V has one. V is
Why did you have an element?
one of those
chart in
one of
here?
those
I feel like you
radioactive
should.
elements. A. Americium. B. Boron. C. Carbon. D. Is it no? Is it like
No.
starting with or just has it in there?
Just has it in there.
That does not help. Is it like in the element name?
Like it's
or?
not anywhere. It's not in there.
okay.
It's not. It's just not there.
D, that's neodymium. E, there's neodymium. F, there's
Ferrite.
fluoride. F, there's G. G, there is gold.
Gallium.
Gallium as well. H, there is hydrogen.
Helium.
I, there is.
What J?
I is interesting, but there's
Iridium.
iridium as well. I, J. J. J.
J is the correct
J it
answer.
is.
Yeah, there it is.
There is
J.
there. Sorry, it contains a large number of letters from or multiple letters associated with elements, but one letter in the alphabet does not feature the letter.
Interesting. That's another point. Well done.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew's at 3.
I would like a guess.
How about this? You guys ask me the trivia questions, and I will see if I can answer. That'll be more fun.
How long do you think the longest English word is?
As in
By letters.
A number
of letters.
Number of letters. I think it's something ridiculous beyond 24, but less than 36.
I need a number.
Cunt. Let's see. 26. Am I off by a... Because there's hippopotamonstransis quipedaliophobia.
I think that is the longest word.
Hippopotamonstransis quipedaliophobia?
Yeah.
No? That's not the longest word?
It's a protein nickname, Titan, that would take 3.5 hours to say, because apparently it's 189,819 letters.
What a fucking... Who's a scientist that made that? What a dumbass. That deserves a... That deserves a...
Can you tell me the 3 chemicals that cannot are physically unable or chemically unable to be with oxygen?
Ooh.
They are so reactive that they oxidize when they come into contact with it.
So they're going to be an alkali earth metal. There's sodium.
Mm-hmm.
There is sodium. What the fuck? I'm like looking at the second thing. Sodium.
Mm-hmm.
We used to play with them back in California. Probably legal, but that's fine. So sodium's definitely one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Potassium.
Yes.
And cesium.
That's the one I was thinking.
No, not cesium. Sodium, potassium.
It's in battery.
Fucking. Oh my god. Fucking Jesus. Lithium.
Lithium.
Yeah. Sodium, potassium, lithium.
This is because they are built with an outer electron shell, and alkali metals contain only 1 electron in the shell, which they would pass on to another element at first opportunity via elemental bonding.
Yeah, they're very violent. So much fun to just put inside a Kirkland laundry detergent bucket and just let her rip. I've also seen videos of people, that's definitely legal, tossing chunks of sodium into lakes. Yeah. Very bad. Don't do that. Come on, Marcus. Give me one. Come on.
I'm finding facts and not like questions.
Then put it in a question. Angie did it.
What 2 states move to 7.5 centimeters closer every year due to tectonic plates?
I'm imagining us on the West Coast because there's a San Andreas Fault. Moving closer, it would probably be, what, 2 states?
Mm-hmm.
California, Nevada.
Mm-mm.
California, Arizona.
Mm-mm.
No. Ooh, is it northern, western coast?
Non-contiguous.
Oh, Alaska and California. Alaska and Washington.
Mm-mm.
Alaska and Oregon?
They are both non-contiguous.
Come on, bro.
There's only 2 non-contiguous states.
Hawaii and Alaska.
Yes, there you go.
Bro, that's...
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Because I was very hummed up on the
tectonic plate shift.
San Andreas Fault.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's interesting though. That's another point.
Mm-hmm. What animal do infrared cameras not work on?
Anything that is cold-blooded. So insects.
What mammal?
What mammal?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, there are mammals that are in fact cold-blooded. Platypus? Echidna.
No.
Armadillo.
No.
It's gonna be something fucking crazy. Sloth.
No.
No, they actually oh god, I figured their metabolism would be so slow.
This isn't due to their metabolism. It is due to their exterior.
Polar bear?
Polar bears, that is fucking terrifying.
Polar bear.
That is scary.
So
I thought about it, and I was like,
infrared. My next guess was going to be if I went through echidna, and you clarified though it was about metabolism. That's where I was going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it makes sense because of their hairs and their skin are apparently made of the devil and are giving them an advantage when they go and hunt humans. That's terrifying. That's a fucking...
So your infrared camera would not pick them up at all whatsoever.
Terrifying. That is
stealth to
terrifying.
1 million.
That is anti-human stealth technology.
Did you say there was 2 though?
What? No, I just.
Oh, was
picked
it
up one.
just polar
God,
bears?
polar bears. That's like the worst animal. That's the worst animal for it not to be able to be. Ugh.
Ugh.
What insect can accelerate faster than a space shuttle?
It is going to be small.
Hmm.
It is going to be a insect, so it's probably be some sort of flea or a. Is it a flea?
It's a flea.
Yeah.
A jumping flea reaches heights of about 8 centimeters in a millisecond.
God, Jesus.
Still not faster than a
But
fucking.
Doesn't have a neck, so it can't get whiplash.
Please
It's still not
experience
faster than a manhole cover.
How many G's?
100.
Ooh, dead. Humans dead.
Where a space shuttle peaks around 5.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Mhm.
Still not faster than a manhole cover.
Yeah, the nuclear manhole cover. Very fast. You have another one? She has another one.
Can you guess?
You can move the boom down. That might help you.
Yeah, maybe just there you go. Okay, sorry. Can you guess what the heaviest weight a person ever recorded?
Oh,
I'm gonna say
upwards above 1,000 pounds because I know that was possible.
I have to convert
from kilograms.
Yeah.
Definitely over 1,000 pounds. I think maybe like 1,200.
Hold on, I have
1,200
to
pounds. Let's do the prices right here, Marcus. I'll give you a point if you get closer than I am. I'm saying 1,200.
1201. You want to play that game?
1,200.
Yeah. And
Okay.
I'd say
1201.
12. No, honest answer, like 1120, like 1,100.
Now I'm feeling I overestimated.
So it is 636 kilograms, which is 1,402 pounds.
That's a big motherfucker. Jesus Christ.
Yo, mom. So
God damn, they put that motherfucker on a cattle scale.
Yep. So they said he
Wow.
was born in 1941 and weighed that much and died shortly
Jesus.
after.
Wow, that's wild.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Marcus, you did not steal the point.
what's the longest a chicken has ever lived without a head?
It was on the verge of hours, wasn't it? Minutes still. 20 minutes.
No.
No?
Nope.
It was like 3 days.
Oh, you're right. It was on days.
It was like 3 days.
It was something no? Are you if we're going months, I swear to fucking God. 3 months.
A chicken once lived for 18 months without a head.
Ain't no way. How did it eat?
I do remember the story. They would feed it through the fucking esophagus of
It would
the
they would
thing.
push it down.
Chickens are an enigma. Chickens are terrifying.
That's cruel.
That's a point. I got it wrong. That's a point.
What country is number 1 in tornadoes?
Ooh, that's a good one.
U.S.
What country is number 1 in tornadoes? It's going to be outlandish, something you're not going to think of. I'm going to say country. If I'm going to ask for a little lifeline. Is it Western Hemisphere or Eastern Hemisphere? Western Hemisphere, okay. It probably has U.S. That's probably a safe bet.
It is the
Yeah.
U.S.
We just have so much shit going
The
on.
only reason I know that is because I was watching somebody.
God has
in
to
a thing.
reset every now and then.
And it's
Wipe it clean.
The United
You know.
States has the whole area known as the Tornado Valley.
It makes sense. Okay.
So,
There was somebody who came over as like
See,
exchange
look at
programs.
us. United States, number 1 in everything.
Woo!
we're
But-
also number 1 in obesity.
People came
We're
over
number
as-
1 in everything. We're probably the number 1 importer of fucking cattle scales. For that fucking fit. Where was that guy from? Was he United States?
Mhm,
Of course he was.
So the 10 heaviest people in the world that
Are
have
all
ever
United States.
existed are all in the United States, with the exception of Manuel Uribe, who is from Mexico.
How do you get how much food? You're just
It's not even a sustainable weight. Like
it's terribly hard to do that. You need
Mm-mm.
3,000 calories per
literally
pound of food.
Oh, but what I was saying is there was an exchange student who
Wake
came
up,
from overseas,
eat, do nothing,
and came over here.
Mhm.
They didn't even know what a tornado was because
And
they're
boy,
not
were they
commonly
surprised.
told about it because
Yeah.
it just doesn't happen
It doesn't
in other
happen.
places.
Well,
How-
there apparently has been a recorded tornado in every I think it's every state.
how many megapixels can your eye capture if it were
Ooh,
a camera?
I love that question. And resolution is a very interesting thing because where you're actually looking is actually a lot different than your actual peripheral vision because it kind of degrades. I thought the number was somewhere around 50 megapixels, but it could be much higher than that. I'm going to say a resolution of beyond 100 megapixels.
If your eye were a camera, it would be capable of capturing a whopping 576 megapixels.
That's a lot of data.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of data. Come on, Marcus, you have to have one.
What were chainsaws first invented for?
They were invented for pregnancies.
I'm so glad you.
Yeah, they were invented for pregnancies, and yeah, wild.
Wow.
They're like,
how many bones do you lose as you grow?
Infants have more bones than adults do because of things called sutures, most notably in the skull, as things come together. The exact number, that's a bit difficult. I want to say it's in the double digits. I'm going to say a dozen.
94.
Holy shit.
Everyone knows you have.
God,
babies are
crazy.
206 bones in your body, but you don't start out that way when you're born. You have around 300 different bones in your tiny.
97. 97?
94.
94. Good Lord. God, so impressed. That's so magical. The human body's magical, isn't it? It's crazy. Go on, Marcus. You have a good one. Come on, give it to me.
It's just weird facts. It's hard.
Give it to me.
It's so hard to make these
Just do
into
it.
questions, though.
Well, what is Angie doing? Where's she at?
I don't know. What are you on?
She's just making questions out of it because she's Angie.
I'm just gonna throw this one. I can't make this a question, but it's pretty interesting. It says, "Did you know it could rain diamonds?" So on Earth,
on Earth or in the solar system? Yes. Jupiter, as well as like a couple other gas giants, but most notably Jupiter, with its frequent storms and stuff, has thought that the lightning strikes in it could actually create diamonds, and so it very well might be there might be some sort of sandy surface on Jupiter containing a bunch of diamond sand, which is very neat stuff. 1 point because I like that question. It's a very interesting topic. Come on, Marcus, you're bursting.
What is the largest wingspan of a butterfly?
The largest wingspan of a butterfly. Ooh, shit.
Butter.
Oh.
I'm gonna guess 7 inches.
So I gotta do math here because it's in their weird shit.
7 inches.
I'm gonna go closer to a foot. I want there to be a giant 1 foot butterfly flying
I'm thinking
around.
that's a moth.
I'm hoping.
Specifically states butterfly.
Okay.
So
shows picture of butterfly.
Is it okay? So like 16 centimeters.
You were dead almost close. It is 12.2 inches.
Wow. That's a. Is it pretty?
Butterfly?
Is it pretty or is it ugly? Because that's gonna be a bummer.
Let me look up a better picture.
Do you guys want a Hurritos?
A what?
I brought
Hurritos.
Oh, I'm okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Queen Alexandra's birdwing butterfly.
Oh. Oh my! Wow, that's a pretty one. Jesus, look at that,
Angie.
Oh wow,
it's actually pretty.
I could also turn up my brightness so that you can see it a little better. I had my brightness really low. Here, can you see it better now?
Nature versus nurture.
Ooh.
Would you say phobia or nature?
Nurture.
And this is what psychology is saying about it? Is it asking for the cause of these phobias, or is it just like...
Would you believe phobias are caused by nature, a genetic component, or nurture, your environmental?
Oh my god. I think they could be nurture. I think largely how people react to situations and parents has a very big impact on their children. So I think it's nurture.
So a 2013 study found that your phobias might be genetic, appearing
Oh,
due to your
interesting.
ancestors' experience. That is a cause for many. They have found a causational link between your genes and irrational phobia.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty neat. I need to grab a Doritos. What's your favorite flavor?
How fast can
Mandarin.
penguins swim?
I'll just wait. 25 miles.
You weirdo. I hate that you knew that. 25 miles an hour. That's pretty fucking fast for an animal. Especially swimming. Arboritos.
All right. Onwards and up.
Okay, so what animal is able to change their blood viscosity?
Is it
a sea animal?
Mammal.
It's a mammal. Ooh, that makes it even
mammal.
more interesting.
Land mammal
Um,
can change their blood viscosity.
Oh.
Viscosity, eh?
It will not change it, but control it.
Oh, good. They can.
They can control their blood viscosity.
Is it like a what you would expect a mammal to be, or is it like a weird one like echidnas and fucking?
No, it's a desert mammal.
Jerboa?
No, more common. Marcus has seen them in person. He almost shot one.
Is it a rabbit? Jackrabbit?
No.
Is it a rodent?
No, it is.
I'm so confused. I don't even know.
Are they?
Coyote?
No,
Wolf?
they're hoofed.
A deer?
Desert hoofed animal.
Is it this continent or?
No.
Have you been to Africa?
I don't remember being to Africa.
Were you drugged?
I don't think so.
That's an I give up. That one's interesting.
Camel.
A camel.
Oh.
Why the fuck were you about to shoot a camel?
Okay, listen. So when you go to the range, when you're in,
that's right. You were, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Because what they did, in
and you were
Kuwait,
just like, no, I'm not going to listen. You're just like, I want some camel booty.
No, because they'll purposely, the people who like own the camels purposely walk their camels.
So they get
by
paid
our
by
range.
the U.S. government.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
because you have to pay them.
I remember you telling me that story. Yeah.
So the
That's a
most
good
popular camel myth is that they store water in their hump. That has
just fat.
long
It's just
been
fat, yeah. Which they
proven to be false.
quasi use as a way of storing moisture.
But what they have found is that camels are able to control their blood viscosity. So when they dehydrate, their blood does not thicken, allowing them to function normally in high heat.
That is marvelous. That's another point for
That is adaptation right there.
That's another point for. I think. Let me get a counter.
I have to have like 6 points by now.
How many flavors of Kit Kat are there in Japan?
Oh, dude,
Oh,
there's
it's like crazy.
a lot.
Take a rough guess of how.
I'm gonna say
150.
I would be so impressed. I can't even think of 150 fucking flavors.
They have like everything, like blueberry,
do they
like green tea.
now-
like there's like 17 different green teas.
I'll look up the exact number because it gives it a rough estimate.
I want to say it's not over 100. I'm gonna say it's below that. I'm gonna say around 50, roughly 50. And if so, and if more, I tip my hat to you because that's wild. Like what they have, like shrimp booty hole and fucking like
It just keeps.
squid vagina. Like what else are there to do? I know they like fish.
It won't give me an exact number, but it.
Just what
on their websites they say
don't
they
even know?
have over 300 unique flavors of Kit Kats in Japan.
Because like take just green tea. There's like
Right.
and
Yeah.
then they infuse it with like everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a fair
Green
point.
tea and strawberry, green tea and apple, green tea.
Exactly. What animal What animal's attack can trigger something known as Irukandji syndrome, which causes you to feel a growing sense of dread that can become so dramatic people have begged doctors to put them out of their misery?
A bullet ant.
No.
What animal attack?
Like after getting attacked, or like like
it's not because of the attack. It is because of what they do to your body.
is it the little chitna catfish thing that swims up your penis?
No, but that's a good guess.
That's a good guess. Yeah. I'm going to. So I'd say you're about like 4 points, Angie, and you're at 3, Marcus.
Fuck you.
What animal attack makes people beg?
Yeah, I don't want
to
to
be
say.
put out of their
I don't want to say
misery?
bite because it doesn't bite you. So
Okay,
what
so
animal?
it's a sting.
Yeah, I guess. Well, animal sting. I don't
I'm
want to say
thinking
sting.
bullet ant or velvet ant
No.
or
Tarantula wasp?
oh, a tarantula hawk. That's neat.
Gila monster?
Ooh,
Those ones kind of suck.
the bite.
Think of sting. I didn't want to say sting because I feel like it makes it
think of
obvious.
sting.
This animal's sting triggers something known as Irukandji syndrome, which causes you to feel a growing sense of dread that can become so dramatic. People have begged doctors to put them out of their
So it's
misery.
not even a pain thing; it's a psychological thing. That's
Is
crazy.
it like
Mhm.
from?
I feel like
something
animal
from their
also throws you
sting?
off. Okay, it's aquatic.
well, the blue
Is
ring,
it a cone snail?
the blue ring
Uh-uh.
octopus would immediately kill you.
Cone snails kill people too.
Yeah, cone snails would
Sea
kill you.
urchin?
Mm-mm.
No, aquatic. I'm thinking things. Blue ring octopus, rockfish, stonefish.
Stonefish.
Shit. I'm out.
Shark?
Aquatic with a sting.
Stingray.
No. Simpler.
Pufferfish.
Simpler. Way simpler.
Simpler. The cursed
I don't know.
ocean. The cursed ocean bee.
The water? I don't know.
Some people
Jellyfish.
have. There you
Jellyfish.
go.
Jellyfish. That one stumped me for a while. I'm gonna give you a point for that one. That was good.
Yes. So, no one likes getting stung by a jellyfish, but they don't usually make you feel like the world is ending unless you get stung by the Irukandji jellyfish in Australian waters. It is a
What?
type of box jellyfish,
Oh, yeah.
and it
Oh,
triggers
yeah.
the Irukandji syndrome.
What the fuck is going on with Australia? Why does everything that is gonna make you
Wanna
either
die?
die or want to die just around Australia? They were like, that's why the British was like, you know, this is where we're gonna put all of our criminals.
Okay. Really interesting question. What instrument were North Korean teachers required to play to be a teacher?
Wait, what?
I
What
want to
instrument
say,
were North Korean teachers required to play to be a teacher?
I have a question. Is it a instrument that would be typical of the area? Is it a cultural instrument? Because my first instinct is
That's the
cultural.
thing I thought it was.
Okay. Piano.
No.
Is
No.
it?
Is it cultural?
Is it orchestral? Is it an orchestral instrument?
I don't even know how to answer that question.
You don't know
Would
what
you
a-
see it in an orchestra?
Yeah. Would you see it in like a full orchestra? I'm saying from his face, no. So it must be a cultural instrument.
Like a not a sitar. but that's fucking.
Let's
No,
see.
not a sitar. I will say it uses air.
An organ?
No.
Is it a handheld?
Yes.
Okay. Flute.
No.
I'm gonna go through them, buddy.
Clarinet?
No.
Flute, clarinet,
Is it a woodwind?
oboe, bassoon,
Is it a
trump-
brass instrument?
trumpet, trombone, tuba,
Is it a brass instrument? Is it piccolo?
sousaphone,
It uses air, but you don't blow the air.
Bagpipe?
bagpipes.
Accordion?
You blow the air.
You- so blow-
Accordion.
Accordion. Yeah, it does use the air. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, good job.
But would
Marcus.
you
That's
have
a point.
ever guessed accordion?
No, I'm not. I don't know. Maybe they were in a phase of like recreating France or something. I don't know. That's interesting.
What animal is
That's
credited?
an app.
What?
That was an app. The accordion.
Oh yeah. What animal is credited with co-writing co-writing physics paper?
What animal?
Yeah, like what
It's-
kind of animal?
It's
It is the only animal
is co-authored.
Yes, to be recognized as a co-author in physics.
Is it a cat?
It's a cat.
Yeah, I just thought of the keyboard walking across. Yeah, that's good.
So,
That's a good one. How
and
funny
then
is that?
In the 1970s, specifically 1975, Jack H. Hetherington was writing a paper when he realized he had written the entire thing in the plural, despite being the only author. And rather than going back to fix the whole thing, he simply added a second author, F.D.C. Willard, otherwise known as his cat.
Interesting. So the author inadvertently used plurals, talking about the research that he was doing. My thought process was the completely opposite. I thought that the author had a cat walking across the typewriter or keyboard and was just like, yeah, if I could send it. Funny though. That's good. I like it.
What
Dude,
condiment?
what are you on? Are you like searching individual questions? Angie's on a roll.
I
Of just
know.
pumping
I've been
these
sitting
things
here
out.
What condiment
Mm-hmm.
has been known to last for thousands of years?
Garum,
No.
Worcestershire,
No.
vinegar.
No.
Soy sauce.
Well, vinegar probably would.
Soy
last a
sauce
while.
is not a bad one either. For thousands of years, huh?
Mhm.
Has this been found in archaeological record?
Has been found in archaeological record to be more than 5,000 years old.
Honey.
Do we have it?
Honey.
Oh yeah, that makes
Jars of
so
honey
much
that were
sense.
more
I
than
needed to know
5,000
if it
years
was found in
old.
archaeological record.
Was shockingly still safe to eat.
Yeah. That's wild, isn't it? Honey is just
Mhm.
magical. It's literally just one of these magical things.
I honestly am. Hey, look, that the one fact about the ant finding in Manhattan.
Mm-hmm. You
that
can
one.
cross,
It's random stuff.
Are you on Reader's Digest or are you on BuzzFeed?
Facts.net.
Facts.net. Okay.
What scientific phenomenon do animals or have animals been known to use to navigate throughout the world?
Natural phenomenon to navigate around the world.
Mhm.
Aurora Borealis?
Mhm.
No.
Sorry, what was the question?
You're focusing on phenomenon. It's just like
Something in nature.
yeah.
What would something use? Species that would use that is, I would imagine have to be pretty regularly occurring.
Constantly occurring.
Constantly occurring. Winds?
Mm-mm.
Is it just the rising and setting of the sun?
Mm-mm.
That'd be interesting. Let me see.
I guess you could call it a characteristic of the planet.
Is it the seasons?
Mm-mm.
Magnetic sphere? That's what it is. Yeah, I do know that some species actually are somewhat sensitive to the Earth's magnetic sphere, which is fucking wild.
Mhm.
Can you imagine if we could detect north or south just by just this intuitive instinct?
Creatures as varied as sharks, salmon, naked mole rats, and nightingales all use magnetic sense to help them navigate.
How cool is that? That is awesome. You did kind of feed me that one. I'm going to still give you the point. Because you were like, don't focus on this. You didn't.
Well, I mean,
I was about to rattle.
Honestly.
Hurricanes, earthquakes. They're sensitive little feetsies. Detect them. And
Tornadoes.
And they know that they're too close to California and they go the opposite way.
What does the moon smell like?
Oh. Strawberries.
No.
Raspberries.
No.
I might be thinking of space in general. The
Charcoal?
moon smell like?
Like burnt?
Close.
The smoke?
Mm-mm.
Wood?
Mm-mm.
Mm.
You guys should both be familiar with this stuff.
Gunpowder?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Astronauts who've
I
been to the
suppose that would
moon
make
say
sense.
it has a distinct odor after a trip to the moon's surface.
Sulfury.
I kind of want to just answer the question.
They get
Sulfury.
covered in
Sitting here.
lunar dust and it smells like spent gunpowder.
Weird.
I'm doing better at answering questions than finding questions. Oh, my knee.
What percent genetic similarity do rats have to humans?
Now,
82.
we would be pretty surprised just how, like, I think we share something like 70 or 80% of DNA with a banana.
That's wild.
Yeah.
So I think it would probably be on the verge of that, if not a little bit more. I think around 90%.
90 is exactly correct.
Jesus, Lord in heaven. I need to start tallying my fucking correct answers. Oh, goodness me. Isn't that crazy?
Mm-hmm.
And you look at the chimpanzee's difference of 2% DNA from like the great apes, right?
This one's wild. Okay. The bite of what insect can suddenly make you allergic to meat and dairy?
Ticks.
Ticks.
Lyme's disease.
Mm-hmm.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
It's alpha-gal syndrome. Mm-hmm.
What a fucking nightmare. Oh my god.
Wouldn't be able to eat bacon?
God damn, those burgers would have been like death. You're laughing at questions, but you're not saying anything.
As I was saying before,
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing better answering the questions and like having her just go instead of me.
It's lame.
What?
I wasn't ready for this, okay?
What kind of people have been shown to yawn less than other people? I don't even know how to phrase that.
Asians.
Race of people. I've never
Not
seen
race.
an Asian.
What?
I've never seen an Asian yawn.
What men? I guess what, like, mental aptitude, not race.
People with ADHD.
Close.
Autistic.
Umbrella term.
Retard.
PC umbrella term.
People on the
spectrum.
Autistic spectrum.
Neurodivergent people. Yeah, I'll give it to you guys.
Neurodivergent.
People
Right.
with anxiety and autism. People with anxiety, autism,
That's
and
good.
ADHD have been all shown to yawn less and
Interesting.
catch yawns less than neurotypical people.
Retards. That's what fucking Marcus said. And he's like, umbrella term. And he goes, retards.
What crustacean is technically immortal?
Lobsters.
Lobsters.
Yeah.
Kind of scary.
Lobsters, yeah. There's also
I'm also just saying,
some jellyfish.
why don't we just put one in space, grow to as large as we can, and just feed like millions of people?
There's also some jellyfish that apparently also show some sort of form of immortality whereby they...
The dormy jellyfish.
Yeah, once they hit their peak, they sort of revert back to an infantile state of themselves. Very interesting. And lobsters, yeah, effectively immortal, because I don't think we've ever witnessed one die of
natural age.
Natural causes or age? I'm guessing is how they came to conclusion, or they had one that just lived in captivity forever. I don't know if they've had that experiment, but yeah, interesting thing.
What colors are mosquitoes most drawn to? 4 colors in particular.
White. Me.
4 colors in particular.
I know some bugs' visions are kind of crazy. They're usually sort of polarized light and parts of the spectrum that we can't see. But colors in particular, I would want to say bright colors. Green.
No.
Yellow.
No.
No. Okay. I'm on the wrong track.
4 colors.
There's 4 colors in particular. White.
No.
No, that wasn't one of them. Black.
Yes.
Okay. Gray.
No.
Okay. Blue.
A subset of blue.
Oh. Teal.
I'll give it to you. Aqua.
Aqua.
Mhm.
Okay. Niche color, if you ask me.
Mhm.
Aqua. Interesting. I want to know if is it spread across the spectrum? That's gonna be an interesting
The
thing
other
too.
2 are basic.
Okay, so like red
Mhm.
and I already said yellow and green. Purple?
Mm-mm.
No. What's the last one?
Orange.
Orange.
Black, red, orange, or aqua.
Or aqua. Weird.
Research shows that insects actually prefer those colors and are more likely to bite people who are wearing them.
They just have some fashion sense or something. Weird. Don't paint your walls that color, guys, I guess.
Apparently.
Imagine painting your house like fucking orange. Just inviting all the mosquitoes over.
What is the national animal of Scotland?
I wonder if it's going to be absolutely something just like fuck you that's not there on the actual in Scotland.
You're gonna love it.
Or it's just something so absolutely asinine. It's the unicorn.
It is a unicorn.
Yeah. I knew it was something mythological. I think Wells is also the Welsh national animal. I think is
I have a
dragon.
Florida thing here, baby, and I actually want you to guess this.
If I guess
on
it.
Sunday in Florida, it is illegal for a single woman to do what? No.
No,
That's good.
I know there's a hitching. There's like you can't hitch your horse on Sunday in like Dade County. No, in Davie.
Bro, this is Florida state law.
Buy orange.
Nope.
That's just
Beat
such an
her
open.
dog.
That's just such an open-ended question. Air out her vagina on the balcony.
Relating to what? Yeah, give me.
Yeah,
you need to
activity.
narrow.
It's an activity
That's
that
an
you
act-
do.
Oh, no shit. That's something she's doing.
Think of it as like a hobby activity that many other people
She
do.
can't crochet.
They can't drink.
She can't knit.
They can't smoke.
She can't do needle and thread stitching.
Outdoor activity.
Outdoor.
They
She
can't
can't
throw
fish.
frisbee.
No.
Something
No.
with frisbees. Fish.
In
Hunt.
the air is a good one though.
She can't fly a kite.
No.
She can't cloud watch.
She can't look at birds.
On
Yeah,
Sunday in
she-
Florida, it is illegal for a single woman to go skydiving.
Wow. That's interesting. They were like, no.
Just
No, you cannot. Only men.
it's just illegal.
That is just out just on the books as illegal. Women cannot skydive on a Sunday. Only God can fall from heaven.
What item?
And apparently only men.
What item in most restaurants has been found to be the most
dear.
contaminated with fecal matter?
Oh God.
Sorry, wait,
So this is tableware. Tableware
Anything,
that you,
anything.
for fuck's sake.
What item?
The waiter who is bringing me
No.
my margarita. Oh no.
wait.
The table
sorry, wait.
itself.
No.
What
Oh.
what
Think
was the question? Sorry. Stuttering.
what item found in most restaurants has been found to have the most fecal bacteria?
Cups.
No, think food item.
Oh dear God.
An item you are ingesting.
Salads.
No.
Salad products. Oh, for fuck's sake.
More than that. More
Fries?
than E. coli slathered lettuce.
You knew where I was going.
Mm-hmm.
If it's cooked, I have some serious
Is
fucking
it
questions.
cooked like a cooked item or is it like something that's like
Because that's
served
going to
on
be
the
a
side?
massive concern. Okay, it's not cooked.
Not cooked.
Okay.
But I promise you, you have it. Everybody has it when they go to restaurants.
The table,
Water.
the salt and pepper,
What's in your water?
ice cubes, the fucking ice from the ice machines that those fuckers don't clean. Oh my God, I'm going to start asking for no ice.
A 2016 study conducted
Oh my God.
revealed that major fast food chains were revealed to have fecal bacteria in their ice. Starbucks was also on the list.
Yeah, they don't clean those machines.
Mhm.
Hardly ever do they clean those machines.
It is most likely due to not to a case of tampering, but a lack of maintenance for their ice.
Yeah, I know a lot of places, like if you look at those, like, you know, there's that show where this guy, I don't know his name, I think it's like Bar Rescue or something like that.
Yes.
This guy comes in and just does like just yelling for like 30 minutes. And yeah, we'll look at the ice machines and they're just like covered in mold and
Disgusting.
fungus, and there's like,
Black
oh God,
mold everywhere.
ugh. Gross. Yeah, you don't think about it though. Like you think an ice machine, oh, it just turns on, it just makes me water or ice, and you're just like, you don't think about cleaning the fucker. When we had an ice machine, we would clean that shit monthly.
Our ice machine
On the verge of
clean-
weekly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
like
it has a clean function.
talking like
for ours
bleach,
that, like actually cycles
cleaning
everything.
detergent. Yeah, they have cleaning solutions that you're supposed to dump in the
Yeah,
fuckers and then
what I
like
do.
wash it out multiple times. But people don't do that because it is a little bit of a hassle.
What is the most common color of toilet paper in France?
Blue.
Of course,
No.
France would just be like,
Pink.
"Welcome to France. We need to have our other toilet paper colors." Is it
Pink.
white? Is it just something stupid like it's just normal
Yellow.
like white?
It's no white.
Oh,
Yellow.
wow.
Pink.
Brown.
I went him
brown.
to guess.
It's brown.
No.
We cannot be bothered to look at our
Green?
shit.
It Can't be green.
What the fucking?
She already got it. It's pink.
It's pink.
I'm annoyed.
Oh my god. Why?
I don't know.
We're French. Please wipe your ass with this. Why is your hey man? Why is your toilet paper pink? We are French. What else are we supposed to use? We don't like the color. We want to stain it brown because we're French. Look at me giving a cigarette to a baby. Look, babies, do the cigarette. What a weird thing. France is like, you know what? We're really sick and tired of this whole white toilet paper thing. Let's add an additional process, like dyeing the toilet paper. You know, something that's about to get thrown into a sewer. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. What a waste of time and resources.
In Georgia, it is illegal to do what with a fork?
Fuck a cow.
Fucking bro. Anything else, completely fine. It's just the fork. Brush your hair.
No. And no for your answer as well. I hope.
It's illegal to do this with a fork.
It's illegal to do this with
Okay.
a fork.
Is it something
in
you
Georgia.
would normally do with a fork?
You could. Most people use their hands. I will say it is
Eat pizza.
close.
Eat a hamburger.
Fries?
No, you just got to find the right thing here.
Fried
Fries?
chicken. Eat fried chicken.
You're not allowed to eat fried chicken.
Eat fried chicken. I wish that there was a news article. I want there to be a news article saying that I need there to be a news article saying that a middle-aged man was arrested for using a fucking, like, some tourist came in and was eating fried chicken with a fork and got arrested for it. I would love. That's probably like some old law that's not even enforced. That can't be.
Since 1776, it just hasn't changed.
How petty.
How old was the youngest person to create a molecule?
The
Seven.
youngest person to create a molecule?
Mhm.
Is this in
Seven.
the context of a research?
Mhm.
Okay. I'm
Youngest.
imagining it's probably going to be at the Large Hadron Collider
Mm,
because that's where we create molecules.
mm-mm.
No. The youngest person. I'm just going to throw out an age. 6.
It started with a molecule diagram.
Oh. Okay.
So they created a molecule diagram, and then it was tested.
Oh, and they discovered it.
And then they discovered
Oh,
the
shit.
molecule.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'm assuming it's some sort of level of grade school, probably elementary, to be
I'm saying
noteworthy. 8.
Older.
Okay, 10.
10.
Damn.
During class activity, a 10-year-old Clara Lazin presented her teacher with a randomly constructed molecule diagram. Instead of dismissing it, Mr. Kenneth Bower took a photo, sent it to a chemist for analysis. Turns out it was a new explosive molecule called tetranitrotoxicarbon. Tetranitrotoxicarbon.
TNT?
Mm.
Let's see what TNT stands for. That's interesting. Now, did the kid posit it as in
when was this?
TNT stand for? Was it did the student like say like, hey, test this out, or was it just like, yeah, it's a thing I made?
Yeah, the kid just made a thing, and then the teacher.
That's wholesome. I like that.
Yeah.
And the teacher took it serious enough and trinitrotoluene. That's what TNT is. Okay,
Mhm.
yeah. So it's a different explosive compound. Well, that's very cool.
I got a military question.
Very good. Let's go.
How much does the U.S. Navy spend each year on its marine mammal program?
Ooh, I know they train dolphins to look for mines and shit like that. That's a program going on in San Diego.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a San Diego Navy base. They train a multitude of CA life. I think it's mostly dolphins and seals too. Actually,
Coming from a military background, I thought it
30
actually
million.
was going to be higher than
30 million.
this. But
definitely in the billions. No, it's
30 million?
It's in the millions.
it's in the millions.
Is it double digit?
Yes.
30.
You're close.
25.
31.
25. 40.
She going in the right direction.
25. 20.
No, too far.
22.
26.
25 was too far, actually.
26.
28.
27.
28. She said it first.
Nice. 28 million
28
to train marine animals to help
They
the
train
Navy.
animals such as sea lions and dolphins as well to protect ships.
What is the scientific term when a species rejects the sperm of mates they do not like?
Ooh. Being a cunt. No. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Aspermatism? No, that's odd. Aspermatism. Yeah, what is that?
Sperm dumping.
Sometimes I really do appreciate scientists.
For different species such as chickens, some animals practice sperm dumping to reject the sperm of males.
That's kind of crazy. You go through the whole deed, and this bitch is just like, nah. Just
I don't like your colors.
Throws it on the floor. Oh, not in front of him, and just goes, "Fuck you, bitch." Just like throws that. Ew, gross.
What bird is nicknamed the laughing jackass?
Kookaburra.
It is.
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting.
That just sounded like such an Australian thing to go. Oh, the laughing jackass is out.
In Texas, it's illegal to swear in front of a what?
Dead corpse.
Damn, fuck you.
Oh, what?
Corpse. You can't
Wow.
swear.
You're not allowed to swear.
Yeah,
in front
don't
of
want
a-
to offend him.
What scientific phenomenon is currently affecting gravity? It's actually changing gravity.
Is it affecting the gravity of Earth?
Mm-hmm.
In the scientific phenomenon,
It's actually been proven to affect gravity in a specific region.
No, it's along the equator.
Try not the equator.
One of the poles.
In one of the poles.
Interesting. Is it centrifugal forces? Centripetal? Because that's why you get a little bit. You weigh a little bit less when you're on the equator. Actually,
No, it is it is like a, I guess, scientific phenomenon / crisis.
is it the magnetic sphere flipping?
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah, I wonder how that would affect anything. What is that? What?
Global warming.
Oh.
Global warming is currently affecting gravity. The rapid rate of ice melting in Antarctica is so large in scale that it has caused a small shift in gravity in the region. And it is predicted to shift in a larger scale.
Yeah, there's a lot of mass to move if ice starts melting. Yeah. Yes. That's a good one. Yeah, there's mass being in places is convenient. We don't like it when it necessarily shifts around on us.
What fish has the highest protein content?
Ooh. Okay.
Shark?
No.
Whale shark.
I'm imagining it would have to be a fish that's predatorial.
Barracuda?
Probably a sea-dwelling fish.
Sailfish.
Their muscle content have to be
Tuna.
quite intense. Yeah, tuna would be the guess. It would either be I like the
something that was
I like the
very
barracuda.
muscular, yeah.
I like the barracuda, and a lot of those, very fast, rapid hunters.
Well, that's also why I said shark.
I
because
would have
is
said tuna, marlin, or sailfish, or bluefin tuna.
That makes sense.
The bluefin tuna offers 29.91 grams of protein per 100 grams.
Wow.
When yellowfin provides 29.15 grams per 100 grams.
Went deep sea fishing off the coast of Costa Rica, California, and my dad actually caught a yellowfin, which was rather tasty and delicious. We had it as sashimi because we were able to keep it. Delicious.
Next on the list are anchovies, which have 29.0 grams per 100.
Yeah.
Salmon has 27, halibut has 27, and tilapia.
Interesting. Tilapia, kind of an underappreciated fish. You can do a lot of shit with tilapia.
What large mammal can go longer without water than a camel?
Elephant.
No.
Ooh.
Large mammal.
Large mammal. Without.
Buffalo.
No.
That was a good guess. Giraffe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Giraffe.
because they don't drink water, do they? They just drink the
They-
dew
well, they
off
do.
of the.
They
leaves.
do, yeah. They
Have
look
you
really.
seen them drink
they
water?
look. They look
It's
hella
fucking
awkward.
hilarious.
Though. They look
But
hella
it's
They
not-
awkward.
literally like
yeah.
spread out their front legs and
Yeah.
they blow it away down.
Giraffes, yeah.
What?
Is there any specific characteristic as to why they can do that? Any interesting
I can
biology?
look that up real quick.
What is the hardest metal known to man?
Hardest metal.
Mhm.
I want to say tungsten
It is tungsten.
because of the density.
Mm-hmm.
Extremely dense metal.
Mm-hmm. It is tungsten.
Much denser than, say, lead by far.
So that is one of their things. Is she was actually quite right with the giraffe. A lot of their water that they consume is mostly from their diet. So
The dew off the leaves.
Mm. Mm-mm. Very nice.
well, then that almost makes it seem like they don't technically go longer without water. It's just they're more resourceful with
Yeah.
their food.
Yeah.
How large was the biggest tsunami?
Oh,
Like,
God.
how high?
In meters or feet?
Feet.
Wait,
100.
how large was what?
Higher.
Jesus.
Sorry, I wasn't. paying
200?
Higher. It was in 1958, so it wasn't even that long ago.
How large was what? Or
Fuck.
how high did what?
The largest tsunami.
Mm-hmm.
We're on the verge of, I'd say, 300.
487.
I'm just been going up by
I'm just-
100.
It's crazy. Like, it doesn't
There's
even
no
seem
way.
real.
Like 600 or 700.
This can't be the real. I'm going to have to look it up.
Let me see. Go ahead and, what's the number?
1,720.
I don't know about that.
This is the largest
Unless it
tsunami.
was-
The largest tsunami ever recorded in Lituya Bay, Alaska, in 1958. The huge wave measured a staggering 1,720.
Did it hit landfall? Is it one of those ones that's like out in the middle of water?
Wow.
It has to have hit landfall. 'Cause
No.
no.
The tsunamis can be out in open water.
So it was caused by 7.8
Because at that
magnitude,
point, they're really
dislodged 90 million
large
tons of rocks into the bay. Jesus Christ. I don't know if it actually made landfall. The 1950 mega tsunami, because I want to know where it landed. It had to be around people if it was recorded.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like there's a bunch of fucking tsunami hunters
I mean,
browsing
well, that's
around.
the reason there's a lot of buoys that are out in the ocean, anyways. That a lot of those measure. And,
True. I'm not sure
track
how
them.
great that
Although
infrastructure was at that
would've been-
time.
yeah.
Oh, it's in Alaska.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Lituya Bay. Where is Lituya Bay? Let's see. Lituya Bay. That's interesting. Oh my god, how fucking terrifying. Okay, so it's just on the little tippy tip bottom part.
Short of a mile.
It is basically on the southeastern coast of Alaska. We're starting to dip down nearby Washington.
Wild.
And Lituya Bay. Wow, that's just a little bay too. That shit filled up. That is terrifying.
And that wasn't that long ago.
No, that wasn't that
1958.
long ago, and people were there just to fucking witness it. I hope they're on a mountain. Jesus. They're like, hey, the water's awfully close. Oh man, that must have been fucking terrifying.
At what speed can ping pong balls travel off their paddle?
Dude, I know some of these, like Olympic ping pongers, fucking crazy.
Fucking like
I don't want to say
300 miles per hour.
a mock fuck. I don't want to say that it's like necessarily like as fast as pitches can get.
Well, roughly, the average is just over 100 miles an hour.
But
So
Just
pretty close.
a little plastic ball.
I got that one outright wrong. That's a point for Marcus.
What virus had the highest mortality rate? And no, it is not coronavirus.
Spanish
No
flu.
No.
Is it not influenza?
The
It
flu.
It is the strongest virus, and no, it is not.
Is it the bubonic plague?
Mm-mm.
Bubonic plague, was that bacterial or no? I think it's bacterial. The strongest virus.
Mhm. I'll give you a
Ebola.
hint. No.
Zika.
I'll give you a hint of where it hit. The Democratic Republic of Congo for over 2 years.
Nile.
No.
Ebola.
No.
Hey, fever. Typhoid.
No. I've never heard of this, so.
Oh.
Maybe because it was in the fucking Congo.
Yeah,
Go ahead and give us.
A Marburg virus outbreak struck the Democratic
Marburg?
Republic. Marburg.
Interesting.
Virus outbreak struck the Democratic Republic of Congo for 2 years with a 20 to 80 survival rate, meaning 80%. They had an 80% mortality.
Wow. That's crazy.
It is the strongest virus to date.
Jesus.
Damn.
Guava's quite good. Guava Harito.
Oh my.
Mandarin, though, does slap. That orangey flavor. Oh. I mean, who would you consider Mandarin? Because they are called Mandarin oranges. So, I don't know.
Oranges weren't
they're
real.
smaller.
We made them.
I think you're thinking of lemons.
No.
Oh, it was supposed to
What?
be a good one. She's trying to formulate a question.
Mm-hmm. What?
That's been the hardest part.
What has more genes than humans, and how many more?
More genes than humans, and how many more? I'm not going to get the how many more. I'm imagining it's going to be probably mind-bogglingly a simple creature. Because it's just so counterintuitive that you wouldn't think so.
I'm not giving
Is it an insect?
Your
Is it
line
a-
of questioning is a good line. Trying to figure out what.
I imagine that the reason why is it has to have
20
some.
questions. Here we go.
If it has a lot of genes, it would mean that it doesn't necessarily have to mate to reproduce, so that way it can get proper gene differentiation in its environment. It's probably some sort of fucking fly. No.
I already asked if it was an insect.
Mm.
Aquatic? Does it fly?
No.
Oh. Give us the kingdom. Fungus. It's a fungus.
Nope.
Is it a mole? Oh, shit on a shingle. So mammalia, animal kingdom, no.
Mm-mm.
There's the plant kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
It's a plant. If it's some fucking tree, I swear to God. It's a tree.
Is it an edible plant?
Mm-hmm.
Commonly used edible?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a
Like corn?
Mm-mm.
Brussels sprout?
Mm-mm.
No. Potato?
Mm-mm.
Tomato.
Mm-hmm.
Tomato, really?
The tomato contains 31,760 genes. That is 7,000 more genes
Wow.
than a human.
And all for them to be.
Some
If you think
par
about it,
fucking
like,
thing to
we
eat.
have quite a few varieties of tomato that grow here
That's true.
on our property. We have the normal like beefsteak. We have Roma. We also have Mexican dwarf midget. That's a variety of tomato, by the way. That was a good one. That's actually crazy. Tomato.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why, though. Because if an animal were to have that, surely it would be to have proper, sort of differentiation. But I guess not.
As another question here for you.
Well, no,
As-
because most animals
as
that do
an-
that just clone themselves, basically. Anyway, sorry.
As an actual measure of time, how long is a jiffy?
Less than 5 minutes.
Well, a moment is
I'll be back in a jiffy.
characterized as, I believe, 90 seconds. A jiffy sounds a lot shorter than that.
Yeah.
You would say I'd
jiffy.
be back in a jiffy, and you'd be gone for like a minute or two.
I would be gone for hours. Days.
If I'm saying jiffy, then yeah.
I think it's on seconds time scale. I
Is
think
it?
it's a matter like 30 seconds.
More?
15.
Less.
10.
5 seconds.
Less.
2.
1 second?
1.
Less.
0.5
milliseconds.
seconds.
Like we're talking like
It is calculated as 1/100th of a second.
What a fucking
Who the
stupid.
fuck did
What
that?
a
Okay.
stupid thing.
So stupid.
What a stupid
That's
thing
not
to
a
say.
jiffy. That's not a jiffy.
That's a
That's
know.
not a jiffy. A jiffy
That's
is
why-
5 minutes.
no. A jiffy is that's a.
That's
The beginning of the syllable doesn't even begin.
Hmm.
Fucking 100th. of a
1/100th of a second would be
You
the 10.
are-
100th of a
Basically
second.
10
My
milliseconds.
God. More likely to get killed by a vending machine than a shark.
You are more.
I hate that fact so much.
You are. You are likely to be. You are likely to share what with your friend unknowingly.
Saliva.
No.
A sexual partner.
No.
A drink.
No. I mean, I'm sure all of those are true, but
Oh.
not the answer I'm looking
Blood relative, like a cousin or
for.
something.
You're on the right track.
Oh, a grandparent.
No.
Common ancestor. You like that vagueness?
I'll give it to you.
Heritage.
Heritage. So, a 2018 study tested the theory and discovered that the DNA between friends was more genetically similar than that of just like colleagues or no.
Interesting.
So you are more likely to form friendships with people that are genetically similar.
How
not,
interesting.
Not necessarily like.
Right. Just, yeah.
Mhm.
The fundamental code.
Yep. They were only 2/3 as genetically similar as the average man.
Interesting. Interesting. That's a point for Angie. Marcus, you have 7.
What mode of transportation is considered a national monument?
Train?
Transportation in a specific city. I will say this.
Trolley.
Nope.
The San
Streetcar?
Francisco?
San Francisco cable cars. Yeah.
Well, guess what that's fucking called? A trolley.
No.
Yeah. The fucking trolley.
Cable car.
Or a streetcar.
I was looking for cable. Fuck.
Okay, fine. I'll give that one to you. Fuck you. You need the points.
I mean, but it's San Francisco
would
cable
call that-
cars.
I would call that a
are
trolley.
counted as a national
I would call
monument.
that a
though.
trolley.
Okay.
I would call if I'm like,
But is that
we're gonna
not
go
a
catch
weird
the
fact?
trolley. Yeah. I don't know many people other than tourists that use that. Also, I hate San Francisco.
How many different chemical compounds are found in gasoline?
4.
Is it obscenely small?
No.
Okay.
Oh.
It's over a lot. I'm thinking on the verge of thousands.
1,000. There are 1,000 different chemical compounds.
That's why my engine does the things.
Does the thing.
Huh.
Mm.
Yeah. Gasoline's. I like how we just like found dead dinosaur liquid and was just like,
This
I'm
will
gonna-
burn. This will
I'm
fuel
gonna,
my vehicle.
I'm gonna put that in my fucking car.
What color is oxygen?
It is a light blue.
Blue.
It is it's literally my favorite blue, shade of blue. Beautiful color.
At what speed does ketchup leave a bottle? Squeeze bottle.
5 miles an hour.
Well, we know what mayo does.
What? What I missed?
So Eve, first Walker was drunk, and there was
Eve?
mayo, and he
She
was like,
aimed one of the
squirted in my
squeeze things at
mouth
him?
or whatever, squeezed it and it went all over my kitchen or something. I don't know.
And like not a lot, like not like a little bit, like squeezed it and it went
20 miles an hour?
just over
21.
25.
25.
What is the scientific term for brain freeze?
Ow.
Ow. Yeah, I was
Ow. Ouchie. Fuck.
Honestly, it hurts me to say it.
Vasculocerebral pain.
no fucking clue.
Phenopalatine ganglioneuralgia.
There was the sperm dump one, which I liked a lot more because it was very simple. And then we had that one.
What random, I'm going to say random here. What fashion statement can you buy for your dog in Tokyo?
A fashion statement for a dog.
Yes.
Can you buy in Tokyo?
Is
Is it unique to Tokyo?
Probably.
The item itself is not unique to Tokyo.
Anime
but
tits.
being able to buy it for your dog, I believe, would be.
I'm standing by my answer of anime tits.
No.
Surprising.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's probably
A
sick.
wig.
That was
A
surprising.
wig. Is
Is
it a
it
wig?
a fucking wig?
The toupee.
It's a toupee.
wig.
You know, maybe there's a reason why people aren't rushing over to Japan in droves. Is that's just a society that, you know, that's why they're on an island.
You can buy them as an assortment through their capsule toy machine.
Wow.
What are you supposed to do if you get exposed to nuclear substances?
Let yourself die? I don't know.
You're supposed to take iodine.
Like immediately.
I would take iodine.
Mark your location.
No.
You're supposed to call the nuclear
Poison control.
fucking what their nuclear energy commission.
Yes. But like, what are you supposed to do, like, to prevent exposure?
Wonder how the fuck you got there. No, there was and they do have like iodine tablets. You're supposed to be like a radiation poison medication.
So
What does it say?
get naked.
Oh,
So one of the weirder,
you want to get the
essential-
shit off you. Yeah,
Mhm.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep. If you get exposed to nuclear substances, the
What a-
best course of
What a
action
great
is-
pickup line. What a great pickup line. Oh my god. My Geiger counter's going off. Quick, we gotta get naked. Quick, that's the first look at my guidebook. That's not hand drawn on a sheet of paper. Hurry.
Well, it says this will remove 90% of the radioactive substance you were exposed to.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I just thought that I would be more concerned by taking medication. Yeah, get the stuff off you.
What's the most someone has ever paid for a single flake of cornflake?
It was one that looked like a caricature. It looked like something.
Mm.
I'm guessing it's tens of thousands of dollars.
No.
Oh, thank fucking God. $100. It was on eBay, and they were like bidding on it, and it got up to $100 for a fucking cornflake.
I guess, yeah, I should state that this is the most expensive one sold on eBay.
Mm-hmm.
Not
What was in the shape
Like
of?
a singular
I need to-
cornflake,
singular cornflake.
$15,000.
I will tell you, it was shaped
Like Jesus.
in the shape of Illinois.
A rectangle?
You said more than 1,000 or less than 1,000?
Is that what I'm missing?
More than 1,000.
15,000.
Is that what I'm...
5,000.
No.
More or
It's
less.
just barely over 1,000.
1,357.
1001.
It's 1,350.
Is that what I'm missing? Is I'm not rumbling through fucking cornflake bags and just...
Fucking apparently.
Oh, no, for sure, dude. This is 100% from the factory. No, I didn't just take little bits off to make little shapes.
So this one I can't phrase as a question.
Yeah, where is it now? Oh, Eaton.
But scientists found found Atlantis, LMAO. Scientists found Atlantis. It is actually the 8th continent, known as Zealandia, or Tasmantis. It is almost entirely submerged. It sank after breaking away from Australia 60 to 85 million years ago. It is also theorized that it separated from Antarctica between 85 and 130 million years ago. So yes, there was an Atlantis.
I wonder what happened. Just left? Saw all the fucking creatures coming onto that continent, was like, fuck that.
Okay, so I know we're doing trivia, but like, random question. Where do you sit on this whole there was a civilization before the known civilization? Like the civilization reset. Because honestly, it sounds outlandish,
I mean,
but
look at the stuff in the Amazon.
It kind of sounds. I
Okay,
can see it.
I have a question for you then. When we dig up ancient Egyptian architecture, do we like flip our lid and be like, oh, there was a great reset? You look anywhere where humans have had an archaeological record and you'll see stuff. I mean, the modern human has been around for 30,000 years. And Neolithic man had been, there longer. I'm sure you'll find a bunch of stuff, but like the whole like civilization reset where we lost knowledge and stuff like that. You have like the Library of Alexandria that went up in flames, and we supposedly got set back hundreds, if not thousands of years or whatever. I don't find this mysterious, hidden, or otherwise disappeared civilization to be very credible. It's neat to think about. Like, it would make a great fucking plot for a book,
I
but
think it's really interesting.
it's interesting. But I think what people would find more interesting is just paleoanthropology, is just studying ancient humans, and being like, oh wow, and seeing because all of our information was stored physically, and so there are definitely things that we lost.
I think it's so interesting, and I'm not set to this, like, not the Great Reset per se, because I don't think it's the Great Reset thing, but like the concept of civilizations, like, okay, not as far as like having alien technology and whatever, like that
no,
crazy
that's a
part.
bunch of shit.
No, not that, but like you said, modern man has been around for like 30,000 years,
Mm-hmm.
and
Homo sapien, to be clear.
Yeah, and like if you look at the evolution and development of civilization in different parts of the world at the exact same time,
yeah,
it's wild. Like, some cultures were so much farther advanced.
China developing gunpowder.
Yeah,
I think,
while it's
I forget
still
the
in the
figure, it
Americas,
was
people are
ridiculous.
out here hunting with like
Yeah.
fucking spears, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like,
it was
it's
also
not-
comparatively the
and the Moors,
yeah.
the Moors were advanced.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I think it's interesting to think of like, maybe not actual Atlantis, but the concept of there being a civilization before the ancient civilizations we refer to.
It
I
also
don't
would
think
show
it's
us.
that.
I think it would show us a little bit more about like what kind of resources were available to the people of the time, because China and the Chinese dynasties were things that were for thousands of years. They've had all this time, but we have record of that because they recorded history. So it is kind of neat if one were to be able to like sort of like quote unquote look back through like this magical scrying glass to see what life was really like, say 30,000 years ago on the North American continent or anywhere really. And our best bet with that is just archaeological findings. We see cave paintings in New Mexico and Nevada or Arizona. And so there's plenty of things to find, and it's just piecing those things together, because a lot of it's just a puzzle piece. And unfortunately, most of the times, a lot of those big chunk of those puzzles are missing. Yeah, that's why paleoanthropology is a very interesting field. Yeah. But as far as the whole civilization reset thing, it's like,
No, I don't think as far as a reset thing, but I do think
my question would be for those who agree with that is like, what evidence would suggest to you that there was this civilization reset? And also, what do you mean by a civilization reset? Because if you just mean the loss of knowledge, like, yeah, that's kind of happened repeatedly throughout history. Library of Alexandria, which was like the epicenter of knowledge in an entire region.
I've seen some like crazy people talking about like we had like crazy technology like thousands of years and stuff. I don't think that far. Like, they're like, oh yeah, we had crazy like technology, and that's why the advances in technology are coming, because it's tapping into lost knowledge or whatever. I don't think it's that far. I think that's crazy. I don't think that's that far. But I do find there has to have been another civilization before the ones that we quote as ancient, because they're not that far back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, civilization just means a collection of humans, really. So, like, humans
a
have
developed
always
civilization, I should say.
I mean,
so like
yeah,
a structured.
I would imagine that there was some level of sort of community with Neanderthals, for example, and they've been shown archaeologically to be living in communities because people would have injuries, which we see inside their fossils and stuff like that, like broken bones, and the only way for them to survive, and if they're around people, would be suggesting, and they die around other people, suggest that they were community driven. So nothing's really changed as far as like human behavior, but the technology that was involved. I mean, you look at this way too, is we have different like categories of technology. We say like, Stone Age, Iron Age, or Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age. because those are like very peak moments of technological development.
Mm-hmm.
And then if we're thinking of like, oh, there's advanced technology that we somehow lost, it's like,
not that far.
how advanced could it be if we just lost it?
Right? No, not
Where
that
is it?
far,
Where's the
but-
archaeological record for it? Oh, but it's magic. It's like, okay, there we go. You're a crackpot.
Not that far, but I would like not that I would like to think, but there has to have been, like you said there's 30,000 years, but when we refer to like the great ancient civilizations, we're talking about like Egypt was only 5,000 years ago, like ancient Egypt. So what about the other 25,000? Like 5,000 years before that, there has to have been something on par
in our
you know what I mean?
In the archaeological record, we see when Homo sapiens, we turn from nomadic sort of communities and civilizations to agrarian, where we started to be like, wait, we can grow our food? That's fucking cool. And that sort of trait was very only particular to certain environments where growing crops was hospitable. So you have regions like Scandinavia, where we had like ancient Vikings and stuff, where it wasn't necessarily the best environment to grow very good sustainable food, but they still did it, and they have other resources. So you in that 30,000 years, we had developed into an agrarian society, and that was, I think, archaeologically speaking, and archaeologically speaking, like we have the first sort of, I guess you can say, example of the domesticated cow, which was something like 10,000 years ago. We actually did a episode a long time ago of talking about dairy, and you can look at genetics of different people and races across the globe, and for the gene of lactose tolerance, because in early man, people weren't lactose tolerant. Everyone was lactose intolerant, and it was actually through evolution and adaptation that people got the gene to retain, because you as an infant have lactose tolerance because you get it from your mother's milk. That eventually goes away once you get weaned off and start eating solid food. However, once we domesticated the first quote-unquote equivalent to a cow, which were called aurochs, AUROCH, we started seeing this sort of change, right, in genetics, and we saw, and this is why we sort of equate how different regions have genetics that would be more associated with lactose tolerance. So, like places in like Europe, have a higher perpetuancy to being lactose tolerant than other regions, because that is where that species was likely at for aurochs that they could domesticate, get the milk from, and the early shitting holes were just rampant with rampant diarrhea until we evolved into being able to, keep that lactose intolerant. And what ends up happening, in societies and civilizations, is if you have resources, you don't have to worry about resources as often, like food especially. You're able to allot your time to more developmental activities, right? So once we figured out agriculture, we can start doing animal husbandry, or we don't really know which one came first. Probably agriculture, just so you can be able to feed the animals that you're domesticating, right? And then that ties into, okay, well, now since we're able to do this, let's focus on quality of life improvements, right? So material science, like, oh, let's advance from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age. Now we're messing with metals and shit. Oh, wow, that's as cool. Hey, there's this cool shit in the ground. Oh, ooh, it's silvery. Oh, it's iron, and we advance. So, 30,000 years is a lot to get done, and there was a lot to get done. Developing from nomads to agrarian, where we settle down, make cities and towns and all this other stuff, and then advance to things where we're building. You look at the Roman Empire, you look at ancient Egypt, where we're building massive monuments, like the Pantheon, for example.
I would just not like to think, but I can't imagine that it was only in the last 7,000 years that, throughout all of that, we started becoming like I guess like where the civilization developed, of where the people are constructing like monuments and actual like.
Well, you're absolutely
brick and
right.
mortar. Do you know what I mean?
There was a lot of. You're absolutely right. There was a lot of groundwork to be laid before those 6,000 years, and that was with the. Because that would be a sort of an activity that would be for a society who doesn't have to worry about things like food, always constantly hunting and gathering. It's like, oh, we'll just plant the shit and we'll come back later, right? And that would be a characteristic of a society who had figured out agriculture and animal husbandry to be able to grow their own food, so they can worry about other things like waste. Decades building some fucking pyramid in the middle of the desert, right? Indicative of a society who had been advanced or had built up to the point where they can have that time and the resources to do so. And you look at things like around the Mediterranean Sea, where we have things from the Roman Empire of like the fucking Parthenon, all these other crazy things that the Colosseum. Those are along with the advancement of like agrarian culture and stuff, where everyone was basically a hunter or gatherer, or like everyone knew what they were doing. You start differentiation. You have jobs now. It's like, oh, I'm gonna take the animal hide that I get from the hunter dude, I'm gonna start making clothes with it and do a bunch of other shit. And then this guy, yeah, he likes putting sticks together, so he's gonna be a builder, and he's really good, primo shit. And you branch out, because a society can only be as complex as its resources allowed, and as well as how much its time is freed up. All very interesting shit. And honestly, paleanthropology should be a whole fucking episode if we really wanted to.
Honestly, that would be cool.
And looking at the time, we're at another 4-hour episode.
LOL.
But yeah, we'll go ahead and...
was not supposed to be that, but...
fuck it.
This was actually pretty fun.
I could actually split this up and do 2 episodes. That way people are free next weekend. But thank you all so much for joining us on episode 43 of The Whole Magazine. Be sure to check out the website, thewholemag.com, where you can check out the episode review. I'm not going to be doing a review of the trivia. That was just some fun. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining us. And as always, have a good one.
Adios.